Yeah, yeah, love it.
My daughter's dog Bubbles.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Nice.
yeah, I dealt more with your. Well, yeah. That's.
2022, and this is a regular meeting. And I understand this is a hybrid meeting. Thank you, Pete. This is a hybrid meeting, so not just in person, but we also can connect via Zoom. The webinar ID is 879-4392-6967. And if you call in with a phone, the phone number is 1-669-900-6833. And I think that's all I have to say in the beginning. That'll work. Second, Carlos, would you please take a roll call? Yeah, let's do that first, and let's run through everybody, and then we'll go from there.
Commissioner White,
Present.
Commissioner Wissig,
Present.
Commissioner Dem,
Here.
Commissioner Shaver,
Here.
Commissioner
Waller,
here. Commissioner
Sipperly.
here.
Give me those two as well, please. And then I'll see them.
Commissioner Hardcastle.
Here.
Commissioner Weiner,
Weimer.
Commissioner Weimer.
Excellent. Thank you, Carlos. Okay. Welcome to Jim Hardcastle and Mitchell Weimer. Thank you for wanting to play with us. It'll be a lot of fun, I promise. That said, I'm entertaining a motion to seat, I think it's Jim Hardcastle, Commissioner Hardcastle's seat tonight. So I'm entertaining a motion to seat the alternate, and we have a motion.
A second.
And a second, and we're going to do this by voice vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. And those opposed? We'll see none. Thank you. Commissioner Hardcastle, please. Thank you. Moving into the receipt of the minutes. We have draft minutes from, now let's do them separately, I guess. Entertaining a motion to receive the draft minutes from the January 25th meeting.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Motion is second. Any discussion on the minutes? Do we do this with the button now?
We certainly can.
Awesome, let's do it. Okay, so a motion and a second to receive the minutes from January 25th. There's no more discussion. I'll call for the question. Whoops. Yeah, we need to light up first. It's okay. We could. Oh, there it is. Excellent. All right, call for the question. Let's see. That's good to start. So I'm just curious.
I abstained because I was not at the meeting.
Oh, thank you. You'll find out if you ask. That's awesome. Fantastic. Thank you. Perfect. I'm sorry. What's that mean? Oh, that was you.
The motion passes 6-1 with one abstain.
But also Jim was not at the meeting.
All right. Okay, that's okay. It's just me.
But it passed.
Yeah. Thanks. Thanks for pointing that out. Okay, do this again for the draft minutes from the February 8th special planning and zoning meeting that we had. Again, entertaining a motion to receive those minutes.
So moved.
Second.
And a second. Any discussion? Was anybody not present for that? That was you, okay. And Jim, yes. No, you were. Didn't I see you on the Zoom? No, that was the comp plans. Yeah, okay, all right. Okay, so just do the right thing, right? Okay. Any discussion? Now we'll see none. I'll call for the question. There it is. Okay.
The motion passes. 5 votes for yes, 2 abstain.
Excellent, thank you, Carlos. And item number 4, as most evenings, is comments from citizens appearing for items that are not on the agenda. And as always, I see nobody, which is okay. So at this point, I am actually entertaining a motion to move the or reorder the agenda around a little bit. We are going to, I'd like to move item 7 as next item. So if I could have a motion to do election of officers at this point.
So
Second.
And a second, and probably no discussion. Just to confirm, we'll do it with a voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And those opposed? We'll see none. Excellent, thank you. So as some of you may have heard, I put my name in the hat for the appointment for the Ward 1 City Council seat. And this could potentially be my last meeting on the P&Z. I know, we'll talk about, yeah, right. We'll talk about that later. It's fine. So at this point, I would entertain nominations for a chair and vice chair. So whoever, or volunteers, one or the other, whoever wants to jump up and say, I do this, go for it.
Nominate George Shaver, the chair.
George,
I second it.
okay. And vice
I nominate him.
and Pete.
I'll second that.
Excellent. So you have a little piece of paper here. And how did we do this last time? Whoever got the most votes was chair, and whoever got the second votes, or just write down the name of George and Pete if you agree.
Or you can just do it as a slate. So if everyone accepts the nominations, you could do it as a slate, or you could do what you were suggesting, which is, call for any other nominations in case either one of
Okay, we can
the
do that.
commissioners want to sit in the other seat. So
Right, okay. Is there any other nominations? No? Okay, will you two accept the nomination?
Yeah.
Excellent. So actually, we're gonna bypass the written thing, and we're gonna do this by voice. All in favor of George and Pete, George being the, Shaver, Commissioner Shaver being the chair, and Pete Waller being the vice chair, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And those opposed? We'll see none. Excellent. There's your glasses. There's your glasses. Because I will recuse myself and I'll pass this to you. Awesome. Huh? That's it. That's as far as I can go tonight. So George's going to take over. So again, thank you. Well, not again, but thanks, everybody. It's been fun.
So it's been 10 years,
17.
17 years.
17, the longest serving, anyway, doesn't matter. Right, okay, another guy.
All right.
You're still here though. Tonight?
No. Because of land use applications, I can't potentially listen, just in case.
Well, in case you.
Everyone.
thank you, Marco.
Thanks, Marco.
Good night. See you later.
That's roughly a slow talk.
Wow. Okay.
Sorry,
I will accept all the help. But it's offered.
Speaking of health, we have to change around names for the voting panel, so we're gonna take just a minute to do so.
Okay, yeah.
Here, don't say we didn't.
Yeah.
Is that one like candy bar? What's the candy bar? Something like Baby Light or something. Commercial. You know, the commercial.
Yeah, let's go to sleep. I'm sorry. Oh.
Yeah, break down, I'll take that for you and end up meeting, and I'll write down the
Because it's gonna happen more than once.
Chair Shaver,
Yes,
we are ready to warn.
okay. Well, we need to see our other alternate, Mitchell, what's his name? Why? And I'm entertaining a motion to see our alternate Mitchell Wyder. Yes. Okay. Okay. And I guess we can do this on a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Mitchell gets the cookie seat. So the next item on the agenda is planning item 3421. Annexation and rezoning, in parentheses, initial zoning, 25 Airport Road. And Trent is here to fill us in.
Well, good evening, Chairman Shaver. Condolences on your appointment, or congratulations, whichever way you want to take that. But also good evening to all the rest of the planning and zoning commissioners. As you mentioned, this is the Ocho annexation and rezoning, planning file number 31-21. This proposal is for an annexation of 25 Airport Road, which is also referenced as County Road 116. The subject property is 0.358 acres and contains two structures. One, a one-story former single-family home that is now a duplex, and the other being a two-story duplex structure. If you look down here at the picture at the bottom right, you can see the former single-family home in front and then the duplex at the rear. Proposal also includes a rezoning, which is important to note that this is simply just an initial zoning of the property upon annexation into the city. And they are requesting be zoned residential medium density RM1 district. Also want to point out that this is not a development proposal. What you see currently exists at the property, and the applicant has requested an annexation in compliance with Colorado Revised Statutes 3112-107, as well as section 70-6040D of the code. In many instances, the city requires annexation for us to provide services. In this instance, that would be that the applicant is requesting to connect the former single-family home to the city's sewer service. State statute also requires that the property have 1/6 contiguity adjacency to the city. In this circumstance, the property is almost completely surrounded by the city limits at approximately 62% or closer to 4/6 contiguity adjacent to the city. I tried to talk them into getting their neighbor to join in on the calls, and that would be an enclave annexation, much simpler process. But Mr. Ochko was not able to convince his neighbor to do so. But with any annexation, we always consider the positive benefits and potential impacts of the annexation. We take public input, we negotiate terms via annexation agreement, and then council passes a resolution of substantial compliance with state statute. And then there are a series of public notices and hearings that are required. Here's a copy of the site survey that points out the location of those existing structures as well as all site utilities. This is very important to our engineering and public works department and understanding, what the future connections would be and any potential impacts. So as I mentioned, section 70-6040D of the code also outlines the city's standards for annexation. It requires conformance with the applicable state statutes that we just discussed, consistency with the comprehensive plan, as well as for the city to evaluate potential impacts to public health, safety, and welfare. And the things we typically look at would be traffic, open space, active recreational facilities, infrastructure capacity, as well as compatibility with our goals and policies. Not too much to review in terms of this annexation. However, as you may have noticed in the staff report, there is a lack of pedestrian facilities adjacent to the site. So the city has recommended that the applicant either construct a sidewalk adjacent along Airport Road, or that they pay a payment in lieu of that installation and design. To discuss the applicabilities of the comprehensive plan, map 2.1, the future land use map of the city identifies the tan area as low density residential. And the classification or designation of that states that applies obviously to land that is outside the city limits, but within the city's urban growth boundary. You'll see the urban growth boundary is in the orange dash line. And that is property or areas that are described as intending to be annexed into the city at some point in the future. We have come to the future. The comprehensive plan also outlines the city's annexation position. I'm not going to read all these out to you, but I go a little bit more detail in the staff report. They are either meeting all of these applicable criteria, or they are just not applicable because they're not specific to this request. Section 70, 60, 40, A3, F.3 outlines the rezoning approval criteria. One being consistency with the comprehensive plan. It does seem that this request is consistent with the future land use designation as well as the annexation position that I just addressed. It's also consistent with the code's purpose to protect public health, safety, general welfare, and to implement our various goals and policies. 2, consistency with the purpose statement of the proposed zoning district. This district is intended to accommodate medium density, primarily single family uses on smaller to medium sized lots, which this is. It's also intended to be a transition from low density single family residential districts to multifamily development districts. I will point out that the number of units on this property actually exceeds that which is allowed by the zone district currently at a maximum of a duplex. However, it does still seem to be a good transition from existing development in the neighborhood as well as existing zoning in that neighborhood. Obviously, when you do a rezoning, you don't want to have spot zoning. You want it to be consistent with the zoning that's around it. And so that's why this designation was recommended to Mr. Ochko. The zoning is, or the lot is in conformance with various lot standards that are outlined in the table that you see on the right there. And then I think it's important also to point out that we are going through a comprehensive plan update right now. This is, a good interim classification until that area is either reclassified through the comprehensive plan process or redeveloped at some point in the future where they could request a higher density zoning or whatever zoning is applicable to that development proposal. 3, substantial changes in the area warrant the zoning change. Again, not really applicable since this is initial zoning, but it is a zoning designation that's reflective of the comp plan designation. And 4, the intensity of development is not expected to create significant adverse impacts. And again, no development is proposed with this submittal, so there are no additional impacts expected. We received comments from engineering and public works, mostly related to utility information that was needed and or connection requirements. We have not received to date any public comments or from adjacent property owners. Section 706030 G1D allows you to recommend to City Council on both of these action items, approval with conditions, or denial, or you could also continue the request for additional information. Staff recommends approval with conditions of action item 1 with the findings and conditions that you'll find on page 7 of the staff report, and approval of action item 2 with the findings found on pages 7 and 8. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you have at this time. Mr. Steve Ochko, the property owner, is also here and would be happy to speak with you as well.
Great, thanks, Trent. Do we have any questions from the dais? Push it, your button. Okay,
All right.
Carolyn?
Thank you, Trent. I just had a couple questions over what you mentioned. If we approve the annexation and the zoning change, at that point, would the applicant be required to install a sidewalk, or at the point that the property is developed?
No, I actually recommended it as a condition for this annexation.
Okay. They would be able to keep the number of units, and if they were to do, say 50% improvements on those units, would the number of units be able to remain?
Well, I mean, basically by zoning this today, we're creating a legal non-conforming lot, but you know, they would be able to maintain their existing improvements that are there. I don't think that we get into 50% valuation of the property unless, you know, it's destroyed by fire or flood or some other means like that.
So the grandfathering would stay and the number of units there would not have to be reduced in the future.
Correct.
And
Yeah,
when-
as long as they maintain that, you know, that use for, you know, not less than a period of 6 months, then they can continue that use forward.
And how does it work when the access to the lot would be in the city on one side, and I believe 4 Mile Road, is that also city or is that county at that point?
No, actually about the first 100 feet of 4 Mile is in the city as well. So both of their access points are currently in the city. There's been some conversation. I know Mr. Ochko has some concerns about the access on 4 Mile with the new South Midland improvements that he'd like to discuss further in terms of maybe transferring that access to the airport road side, but those are certainly conversations that we are still forthcoming.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Carolyn. Anybody? Okay.
I guess,
Amber?
yeah, can you help me understand the sidewalk requirement? Because it seems sort of to me like he's being required to build a sidewalk to nowhere.
Well,
Or am I wrong?
well, you're certainly right. It would be currently today a sidewalk to nowhere, but I think the other piece of that is the payment in lieu of, so that the city would have the ability to make that sidewalk connection at some point in the future. One of the things that we know is forthcoming is access to almost fully across the property to the southeast. So we know that, you know, if we ever do, you know, what I call South Midland improvements, you know, South Bridge improvements in the future, we will have sidewalk in this area.
Turn it back on. That's all, thank you.
Pete, please.
Yeah, just a follow-up question on the sidewalk too, is that, so the lots there are this lot, the next one is Smith's, and then there's, is that the church, and then there's the Eddings. I mean, that's kind of how that goes, is that right?
Yep, that's right. So it's only Mr. Ochko's and the Smiths probably.
And there's a sidewalk probably, I know, at the church, right? There's a sidewalk to nowhere there already. So that's kind of what this is, that you potentially fill it in. That's kind of the. So, and so if they do the in lieu thing, does it just go to regular city coffers, and then if it gets built later on, you know, the South Bridge, that then it kind of goes into that whole project fund, and then is that kind of?
Well, I don't know that it's going to go into the specific South Canyon project or, you know, South Bridge project fund, but we do have a separate fund that we allocate, you know, these payments to.
That it goes
and
into,
then-
not
and then-
just into general funds or whatever,
Correct.
just to be lost
Correct.
forever.
No bonuses for
Then
employees.
not to your bonus. Okay. And then when I kind of read through it, how I understand it, it sounds like it's something that they kind of had to do, right? Because how I read it, and maybe I didn't understand this right, but they're on a septic, it sounded like for the back, for the duplex, was it for or for the main house? And with the improvement that was going on the road, they were gonna lose the access to that. I mean, am I understanding that right? So they needed to hook up to city sewer, and in order to do that, they needed to annex, is that
That
kind
part
of how
is
this
correct.
happened?
I don't think that they're losing the ability to use that on-site wastewater treatment system if they choose to moving forward. I think the benefit to them is that they don't have to worry about maintenance of that ongoing or.
By hooking up to the sewer, so they weren't gonna
Exactly.
lose. that.
So, but yes, in order to provide that service to Mr. Ochko, we are going to require him to annex that parcel.
Right. Right, yeah, that's kind of what I. Let's see if there's anything else here.
Virgil, I have a question.
I think I'm good for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Joy?
Trent, I'm just curious, what is that in lieu fee?
It's in our fee schedule, I believe, and it's it's designated for a 5-foot wide concrete sidewalk, and his was, you know, the linear footage, I think I mentioned, was at 192 or one, I can't remember the exact number, but I know Jen is looking up that number for you right now.
Okay. And then it sounds like he's already, 2 of the units are hooked into the city sewer. So then he just pays tap fees on 2 units then, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then my last question is, what is and you touched on this a bit, I believe, in your comment about pocketing or pocket zoning. So are the adjacent parcels zoned the same as this parcel, the recommended
I'd
zoning?
have to pull up the map. They're a lower density residential district that,
Okay.
that seem to be at least reasonable compared to this one.
And the grandfathering would then, if the house was, or the parcel was to sell, that still would pass, that would convey with the
Sure.
sale.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. It's not you maintain that right.
Right.
For the property, not for the property owner.
Right.
The sidewalk in lieu fee for residential districts is $40 a lineal foot for the 5-foot wide sidewalk.
Yeah,
Thanks, Joy P, please.
I'm sorry, 104.34 feet. That's the distance.
0.3 roughly. So yeah, my question is, so if they did, let's say, develop it or want to develop it later, and I saw in there that wasn't in here, but then it would revert to that zoning, kind of like to Carolyn's question, right? That if it got torn down and they wanted to do something larger there, they would have to go through a whole development process
Yes, and
to
like
do that whole thing, which is
And a-
zoning
and-
change and all that kind of stuff. So kind of a
Correct.
big deal.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Jim, please.
I was just looking at the zoning map, and the yellows are really close, and somebody was asking, it's either RR or RL. Those properties to the east.
Yeah, if there's nobody else, I just had a couple of questions. Looking at the RM district dimensional standards, what in this case would be an arterial street and which would be, or are they both arterial, or how does that work?
certainly Airport Road. I can't be sure about 4 Mile.
Mhm.
I'm not sure.
It could be both, perhaps.
Could be.
And then not since this is grandfathered, but in another case, you would have that 30-foot setback from both arterial.
Yes, if 4 Mile is indeed arterial, correct.
Has all the street improvement been done in this area?
No, in terms of the roundabout improvements right now, I don't
Right.
think they're not complete. No,
And
the
do you have
roundabout-
anything that shows what the current roundabout is, how it impacts this property?
I do in my email.
Okay. That's
I do.
nice to know.
It's an aerial with those improvements depicted
Uh,
in that area. I could pull that up. At least maybe Mr. Ochko's talking to you as well. Any other questions, or should I pull that up while Mr. Ochko speaks with you, or?
I don't personally, I don't know. Anybody else have any questions?
Mr. Ochko, did you? have any?
Thank you for hearing.
Please state your name, and we know what your address is.
All right. Steve Ochko.
Thank you.
What I want to add is, we started on this, the house out there we've had for, I don't know, probably 15 years. The guy who bought that, or who built it, who had it that I bought it from, built the duplex in the back. He hooked the city water up, the septic to the city at that point when he built those. The original house has a septic tank in the front yard. And in part of all of the continuity of this, I started with all the planning people in the beginning. And then the COVID thing hit, and I think we lost a lot of continuity. But now, in what was to be done, we bypassed part of that, and somehow there's orders now to go into the front yard, tear out the whole western portion from the sidewalk, and the city is supposed to build a parking lot for me to replace what they're taking away. Now, is that in the plans, or is that going to be another surprise? The sidewalk thing is quite a surprise. That wasn't ever mentioned or anything that. So all that we wanted was to just hook up the annexation. We were told, first of all, I sold some property to the city for the development. That's how it all started. So then after that, meeting with the planning people, it seemed just a feasible idea to go ahead and hook up to the city septic for that main house. It's already on the water, has been forever. So that was the original plans and requests, was just annexation in and hook up the main house to the city septic. Well, it's gone and gone and gone now to where the city, again, wants to take out, and it's all staked out there, and the ground's all tore up half the yard. So it's a real mess, and I have a renter in there right now. Now, looking at it, what is proposed is the whole front yard will be tore up to make parking, because they will take out the north side of the airport road, and it's 4-foot bank. Are they going to bring that total area down 4 foot so that everything lines up with the main level of the road? And the other side of it is they're proposing, and I don't know, somewhere with someone, that off of the roundabout, as you come from the city to go into that property, you've got to cross the downhill lane of traffic coming out of the roundabout to go park in the parking lot they're proposing to make. Now, if you've lived here very long and watched Sunlight Road and 4 Mile traffic and what's happening more and more every day, that's only going to be an accident waiting to happen right there. We have accidents all the time. I've been with search and rescue 45 years here in Glenwood, and we've had calls all over. And I've seen a lot of accidents. I sure don't want them in my front yard. So I would like to have that really addressed as we go on with this. And then the other question is, who's paying for it? This is the first I know they're tearing up there and saying they're going to build the parking space. Am I responsible for that? There's nothing written in anything. All the building and everything that goes into that property, the access from the roundabout, I really think you need to address that and look at it twice. And then we need to meet again and probably go over where we're going to go with it. Is that permissible to ask of that?
Well, I think you might be needing to ask that of others, not us. But,
okay. All right. Well, Trent's been super good with me working on it, but this is things that are out there, you know, we don't need surprises. It's enough mess.
Is there a site plan that, I mean, I'm just looking at what Trent put up here. What is the front lot? Is the front lot towards Airport Road?
Faces north. You come straight
But is
out
that,
the front of the house.
but it's kind of facing north. I mean, if I'm looking at the green, it's the property line there, right? So that's like a point in front of your house. So is the front, and I remember the Messengers used to.
They're the ones who I bought it from, right?
Yeah, I knew that.
Yeah.
Daughter, but so is the access off of, is it off of Airport Road? I mean, I know it's talked about.
It is now, yes.
It is off of Airport.
Well,
Road.
it's kind of the property, the way Dave took the garage from that original house and made a little mother-in-law apartment out of that. He built the driveway into that, or whether the driveway was there to go into the garage off of Airport Road. The main access, the main parking was further to the east in the front of the trees on the front property line. That has been there forever. So we've had access to the right-hand portion of the building from Airport Road and parking on the north side otherwise.
So the access isn't off. I mean, and when I look at this site plan here, at least that I have up on.
It's probably yes and no is what you're seeing, because it was for the one car and the one apartment. The access was off of Airport Road.
Yeah.
And now the proposal is to redo all of Airport Road access and build a whole parking lot in the front yard of the house and eliminate all the parking coming in from the east portion. It really is simple, but it probably sounds confusing, but
Well,
this is what we do need to go over and get settled now.
I mean, to me, it seemed Carolyn has pulled up here one of the site plan.
Portion of site survey.
I don't want to confuse the improvements to South Midland with, the request that's at hand here either. What I've told Mr. Ochko is that, I'm happy. We've got 2 months before this goes to city council to sit down, and if we need to amend the annexation agreement to make sure that his concerns are addressed, in terms of these roadway improvements out here. I would consider the front on Airport Road to answer your question.
The front is on Airport Road.
But, I certainly want to work with Mr. Ochko to make sure his concerns are addressed. Currently, both accesses are on Airport Road. Mr. Ochko may desire to convert an access off of Airport Road where there's more room, there's a safer connection.
Thank you.
But, the other point that I told Mr. Ochko too, if he has concerns that he's not maybe getting the improvements that he was either, in the past told that he would, or thinks that he deserves, he can always pull this annexation at any point in time. But, important piece tonight is making sure that there is a review and a recommendation from this body.
Very well put.
Okay, any more questions for Mr. Ochko? Carolyn? please.
More or less, this question might be for Trent. So if we're looking at the aerial view there, the green line, which I suppose is the property boundary on that drawing, seems way closer to the corner, the northeast corner of the building than the portion of the site survey that we have seen. Is that because he sectioned off and sold a section to the city?
Did you sell that much off the front corner here? To
There
the
was-
city as part of that? I will let you know, that this is not a survey. This is an aerial, so
Okay.
the things underneath that photo may be offset from the parcel boundary. So just a representation.
Because on the aerial view, it looks like Airport Road is really quite far from the property line. And I'm just concerned it doesn't quite look like the drawing in our packet.
What's in your packet is the site survey.
Okay. Okay. Thanks.
Okay, any other questions? Guess I need to open up to the public for any comments regarding this.
It's just wanted.
Please come up to
Oh,
and
like this time.
state
Sorry.
your name and address for the record, please.
Barbara Philippone, South Grand Avenue. I just can't tell from this map.
Where's Airport Road? Which road? The far right,
Which one?
It's in front.
right here.
But this is your house.
So this is a 4 mile road.
Oh,
This
4
would be
mile.
here at the airport. So it's right in the intersection,
Oh,
right across from Dr. Morton's.
gotcha.
Thank you.
Anybody from the hybrid side of things wanting to speak from the public? Who's? Do we have, no? Okay. All right. Well, I'll bring it back to the commission then for any further comments. And seeing none, I'll entertain a motion for planning item 3421, Ochco annexation and rezoning, initial zoning. Action item 1 is in regards to the annexation. And the staff is recommending approval with conditions on page 7. Do we have a motion?
I move to approve planning item number 3421, Ochco annexation, item number 1 with the findings and conditions on page 7 of the staff report.
I'll second.
Okay, any further comments from the commission? Seeing none, I'll call the question.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, and then entertaining under that same planning item, rezoning, initial zoning for that parcel.
I move to approve planning item 3421, the rezoning to the Ochco property with the findings and conditions on page 7 and 8 of the staff report.
I'll second that as well.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further comments? Seeing none, we'll call for the question.
So this second item will need to be a verbal vote.
Oh, a verbal vote.
Small
Okay.
Challenge with the agenda, if you don't mind.
What was that like?
Actually, it looks like our savior is coming.
Oh, okay.
Start voting it down and then we repeat the vote again.
I've heard this a while. Over and over.
Go ahead, commissioners.
With a voice vote or?
Well, just 1 second.
Okay, here we go.
There we go.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Well, good luck, Steve, on moving forward.
Thank you, George. Mr. Schaefer, congratulations on your position.
Okay, moving on, I believe, to the next item on our agenda, which is site architectural plan review for allowing 5 residential units on 1010 Grand Avenue. And let's see, Trent again.
Should leave my email up, it might come in handy. Thank you. Good evening again. The next application on the agenda is for 1010 Grand. It's a site and architectural plan review, as well as design variances for planning file 41-21. Just to give you a little background on this proposal, site and architectural plan reviews of this size are generally handled at the staff level as administrative processes. However, for this case, there were 3 or more planning and zoning commissioners that actually requested that it get bumped up for review. Just to go a bit further, upon reviewing the application, staff did find that some aspects of the proposal were not in compliance with all aspects of the code. So it would have come to you anyways, but you are actually making a decision on both the requested design variances as well as the site and architectural plan review. But see a picture of the property there at 1010 Grand, the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. There's an existing approximately 3,500 square foot former single-family home and office in that location. The proposal is to add a second level of approximately 1,700 square feet for a total building square footage of 5,280. They would like to utilize the existing building and added level for 5 multifamily units. Design variances are related to the off-street parking, landscaping that would be required for this proposal, as well as specific design standards outlined for the downtown core, including the requested 212 shed roof, as well as the vertical siding as opposed to horizontal. You see the location there on the aerial circled in red. Again, it's zoned mixed use core M2. This property is also in the city's general improvement district, as well as within our downtown core area subject to additional design standards. Few of the specifics about the project. It's actually expected, based on the engineer's estimate, to result in a decrease in average daily trips to the site. It expects 36 for weekdays, and those peak hours in the AM would be 2, as well as 2 peak hour trips in the PM. Because of its location in the M2 zone, there's not a requirement for common open space. However, even resulting after the addition, they'll still have approximately 2,800 square feet on site there. Again, parking also not required in the GID. They have 5 that are provided at the rear of the building and have alley access. Residential multifamily design standards are outlined in section 70, 40, 80 of the code. As you can see here, and the colored front or in west Grand Avenue elevation, the proposal is adding a more prominent entrance, variations in colors and materials, window and door fenestration, a balcony, as well as variations in roof form and building height. Section 70, 60, 70A3E.3 outlines the criteria for design variances. Every request must meet all of the items that are listed in section A and 4 of those that are listed in section B. I'm not going to go over those in section A, but I will say that each one of the requests meets all 3 of those. However, when we look at section B, it appears that action item 1 with the condition of fencing recommended by staff does meet 4 of those. However, action items 2 and 3, in the staff's opinion, that they are not met there. I'm sure the applicant may have some differing opinions on that. Section 70, 60, 56 of the municipal code outlines the site and architectural plan review criteria, A being consistency with the general purpose and intent of the code. It does seem to be consistent with the guarding against natural hazards, efficient development, compatible design, and addressing development impacts. B, consistency with the dimensional design and development standards of the code. Outside of those variances, we have found that they were able to address other issues brought up by staff. C, consistency with any previously approved plat, PUD, or precedent land use approval. This one does not appear to be applicable to this request. D, consistency with the comprehensive plan. You'll see in the map, the bottom right, that this property is identified by the red color as commercial and by the asterisk above that you can't necessarily see, but is identified by the pink outline there as the downtown area. It does seem that this proposal supports numerous goals and objectives outlined in the plan, such as long-term sustainable economic development, preserving our small town character, addressing transportation and providing multiple convenient modes, directing development to locations and forms that are cost effective to serve, providing housing opportunities for the entire community, as well as supporting social diversity. We received comments from various agencies on this application, including engineering, CDOT, Public Works, as well as the fire department. We have not to date received any public comments. Section 70, 60, 30 G1D allows you to not recommend to city council, but allows you to approve with conditions, or deny the application. As always, you can continue it to request additional information. Staff recommends approval with conditions of action item 1 with findings and conditions on pages 9 through 10. Denial of action item 2, findings on page 10. Denial of action item 3, findings on page 11, and approval of action item 4 with findings and conditions on page 11. Happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Trent. Bringing it back up here. Any comments, questions for Trent? Pete, please.
Thank you, George. Thanks, Trent. Could you explain for me on the denials on the recommended denials on the, one is the roof pitch, the 212, is that a height thing that they're trying to get under, or is that?
Well,
What was
I think it's twofold. I think there's room for conversation on that, what's required for a shed roof in the downtown. That seems pretty steep, wouldn't make a very functional building. However, the other part of that is that, the whole entire block face on that 1000 block of Grand consists of buildings that have gabled roofs of varying pitches.
And they were like
no
residential
standard there.
buildings, but whether they are or not now, but that's what they were.
Right. And many different uses, some institutional, some residential, some now commercial. So it's maintaining consistency in that downtown core area along that block. And I think that standard outline in the code would be more for pitched roofs, gabled roofs. But that's the main point there.
Is that like part of the GID? Is that kind of where
the downtown core, which is
The downtown
basically
core.
the entirety of the original town site plus the south addition. So a pretty large area. But, I would say this area is pretty central to that downtown core area.
because it's kind of just transitioning from even more commercial further to the north to, I'm gonna call it residential looking.
Yeah.
Is that?
It's a
as you get
transitional
further
block.
south. Right.
And not that I don't find the design aesthetically pleasing. I think it's great. It's just that, something that came up in our review.
And then the same question on the vertical on the side.
Yep, similar situation. There's a specific standard in the downtown core that you would maintain horizontal siding. Vertical siding, I would say, is more of a newer architectural element to add some variations. Again, I think it looks nice in this location. It's just not as common as what you would see
For the downtown.
for that construction downtown on this block.
Thank you.
Carol, please.
Pete brought up the same two things that I was going to discuss. One being the 2 and 12 roof pitch. Now, if you look 2 doors down, it's a flat roof, and across the street at the Tamarack building is also a flat roof. And many of these historic gabled structures do have low pitch porches facing the street. So I think, and also as a member of the Historic Preservation Commission, I think it's sometimes good to not try and duplicate a more historic form when we're actually talking about a newer building. So I wish Marco was here to back me up, because I know he likes slightly more modern architecture, but I have absolutely zero issue with the 2 and 12 roof. I think it's kind of respectful to the church next door. It's not trying to mimic it. It should not be distracting. And similarly with the vertical siding, if you do look at the historic buildings, generally you'll see the horizontal siding on the main level and maybe masonry on the main level. But upper levels, it's much more likely to have a vertical siding or a board and batten. I mean, if you picture a log building, it's got the vertical stuff up top. So also, I appreciate that the base of the building still has the horizontal siding where you're approaching it as a pedestrian. And I have zero issue with the vertical siding on the upper levels.
Thanks, Karen. Jim, please.
Hi, thanks. Just being new here, I would like a little bit of input on any kind of precedent that has kind of reared its head regarding either one of these two action items 2 and 3 in the recent past.
Not familiar with it, and design variances are pretty relatively new in terms of our code and allowing them. And, I think that the point of that was, to give the Planning and Zoning Commission a little bit more leeway when it comes to design in terms of things that they thought were nice in a specific area or in context for a particular block. But the answer is no, I do not believe so.
Thanks, Jim. Joy, please.
And so this doesn't fall in a historical preservation zone at all then?
No.
Which is why we didn't get any comments from them. Okay. I would actually just echo some of what Carolyn said. Yeah, I think the design looks great. And to her point, I mean, you drive down Grand, and of course there are more commercial buildings to the north, but it still feels cohesive with what's going on downtown, even though that block does look very residential. I don't feel like it would be a sore thumb.
Yeah, I think the applicant actually did a pretty good job of showing how varied the roof forms are on that block as well. But
Is that view from Grand right there? We see right there.
that is.
Right.
I like what they left in stone.
Yeah. We're not in discussion, please. Sorry.
Questions?
Sorry, I'm gonna bang the other.
Okay. Let's see, I had a couple of things. Let's see. 704080 E10 C.5 shows a figure showing shed roofs as an example of types of roof lines to be used, along with mansard and gables and so on. And that,
Yeah, certainly.
that applies to this area of the town. Is that correct?
I don't think it's not that it prohibits the shed roofs, it's the context where the shed roof is, as well as the pitch. So they're not prohibited. This one doesn't meet the steepness that's outlined in the code, and the fact that none of the other structures have a primary shed roof on this block.
As a primary is kind of the key, is what you're saying.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah, a little trouble. You can kind of condense the section A, section B, and what qualified under each of those. And I was trying to do my own little score sheet, trying to figure out which ones did and didn't of those. But
I agree with you, and I had the same comment from Hannah, and that's why I tried to put it into a little bit better table there for you to understand.
But I appreciate what Carolyn says, because I've had experience in other towns that have pretty robust historical, and they would take a historical building and stick a total modern addition onto this, which I thought was a little weird, but the point made in this regard, I think, makes a lot of sense that, we're not trying to create Victorians necessarily.
Yeah, and you want it to be distinguishable, additions and the primary structure. They've done a fantastic job of that.
Right. Okay. And if there's nothing else for Trent, we'll ask the, Joy, please.
Just had one other question. You mentioned that they're providing parking, which is great. It's not required. But that there was a requirement to create fencing or buffering of that parking. What would we recommend in terms of fencing for that to make it compliant with what we would like to see?
I think like a wood privacy fence would
Okay.
work. I think in this instance, it's the amount of improvements, back to the last one, the amount of improvements at the property require you to upgrade lackluster areas of landscaping and buffering. I think they have an argument in this case that that's a very important piece, of this project, is that they are providing per unit one space. And that would require them to lose that parking if they were to install that landscape buffer. But I think a fence could do, a similar screening function.
Is there a safety concern if you're trying to back out of your parking spot, you can't see cars coming down the alley because there's a fence blocking you?
Potentially, but I mean, you find that characteristic, all over downtown. Typically, your speed's going to be slower in an alley, at least hopefully.
Thanks.
Yeah, and Trent, there's no access on and off Grand Avenue anymore. Is that correct?
No.
Which would be a big improvement
Certainly
from
not.
what's there now, trying to back in and out. All right, any other comments, questions? If the applicant would like to come forward and speak, please do so. State your name and address for the record, please.
Scott Dillard, 852 Handy Drive. Appreciate you guys' time tonight. going into a project like this, I always try to follow the rules and have 0 variances, ask for 0 favors. So I'm a little embarrassed tonight to have 4 variances on the agenda. I think the parking one is just, it's obvious that we wouldn't want to lose a parking spot for landscaping. So that's an easy one. I don't think there should be a variance for the design. I feel like the code is very contradictory. The code talks about encouraging diversity and housing variety, create visual interest, enhance streetscape, variation in roof form, variation in design. Our goal was, to preserve the small town character by leaving that brick, but then also increasing the vibrancy and commercial success of the downtown. So that's exactly what we're trying to do. And I also, one of the goals is to protect established neighborhoods. I don't see how this quality design is going to hurt the neighbors and definitely not going to hurt their property values. But one other thing we can achieve with the shed roof is have a clear story windows, bringing light in from the north, so that those 2 units up above will be much nicer than a gable, with no windows. Can I show you the difference, what it would look like with the gable? I didn't have this in the packet. I'll let you guys decide which one you prefer in downtown. One looks like we just stacked a modular mobile home on top of the existing building. And one is well thought out design.
There's no parking.
I think that they may have to have technology overhead.
No, we don't have.
We have had, did we take that overhead down?
And the vertical siding, I'd like it. I mean, it's not the predominant siding out there. You're going to be looking at the brick. The vertical is going to be in the background. I mean, I think the roof form is much more important to me than the vertical siding. But you can see how you can barely even tell. You have to really look to see the vertical versus the horizontal siding on those papers. And I guess the whole maintaining consistency, like, I don't know why we want to maintain the consistency of that block.
So you're talking about the clear story windows to the north, right?
Yeah. I mean, we're definitely not doing this to save money. I mean, that design is way more expensive than plopping a gable on there. So this is not a money saving endeavor. Just trying to do high quality design. This is Mark Noel.
My name is Mark Noel. I'm the architect. I live at 189 Aspen Way up in Oak Meadows. I think it's worth mentioning with regards to the vertical siding, and is it Carolyn that mentioned it? If you drive around downtown and look, I would say 1/3 of the buildings have some form of vertical siding. And as you mentioned, generally it's horizontal lower and the vertical in the upper, in the gable, something along that line. I think this really adds some texture and variety to the elevations. And so that's why we decided to go that route.
Okay. Any other questions to the applicant? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thanks for providing this.
Yeah, that's
visual.
And we'll open it up to the public for comments.
Marion McDonough on Zoom.
There's one on Zoom.
Okay. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Marion McDonough. The address is 1004 Grand Avenue. I am the director for Catholic Charities, which is the building right next door. I have major concerns about parking, mainly. I'll leave the architecture of the building aside. Not crazy about it, but more importantly, I think the parking is an issue. Currently, they only have 3 parking areas in the back, not 5 as they're stating. So I don't know if they're talking about 2 places being on Grand Avenue, but when you're talking 5 units, I don't know what they're proposing to charge for rent. But right now, somebody making $15 an hour in the city of Glenwood Springs would be able to pay, if you did a third of their income, they would be paying $860, $867 for rent. I'm going to guess they're going to charge a lot more, which is going to put you as couples or, like they said, multifamily in these buildings. We're talking 10 cars. We're not talking 5. Catholic Charities serves a lot of disabled and senior residents, and to have all of the parking places surrounding us with being now occupied by this building is a huge concern to me. I guess one of the options would be that the parking directly in front of our building on 10th Street be designated as half-hour parking. There are 2 places there that might help to alleviate that parking, but without that, I'm concerned about 10 additional cars being in the area. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Any other public comments? Excellent. No. Well, I'll bring it back to the commission. In regards, are there any other comments anybody has? Pete, please.
Yeah, I have a question. So I hear what she's saying. So I'm assuming she was at Catholic Charities. That's where she's from. So what's the parking? Because I'm kind of familiar with some down there on Colorado, and it is an issue around the Tamarack building and that sort of thing. So what's the timing of the parking? Trent, I don't know if you know this or not. On what is that? Is that 10th Street that runs there? It runs up, so it's Grand, 10th, and then, I mean, those are really the 2 streets, because what this your place is like one house over from Catholic Charities, right? Is that?
It's directly next to.
Yeah, right next to it, yeah.
You know, Pete, I am not sure,
I mean, is it like 2-hour parking on?
I can't be certain.
I don't think there's a limit there.
I could go to Street View and maybe see a sign.
Yeah,
That'd be
and you know,
It's good.
anyway, I was just wondering on that. Do you know that? 2-hour on Grand, so that would be the on-street parking there. But
Well, I know on the upper part of the block, residents at least can park there.
because I know on 10th Street, west of Grand, it's 2-hour on the north side.
I think the germane point is they're not even required to provide.
And they're not even, yeah, I'm just asking the question,
Right.
so that's all I'm doing.
Another point is that the church used to own this building. I believe it was the parsonage, and if they wanted parking, maybe they shouldn't have sold it.
Yeah, that's constant. Anyway, okay, that's my question.
Okay, well, seeing no further. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't look down that way, Jim.
That's right. That's right. I just want to make a comment about the general language in the staff report. I think it's pretty clear, and I don't have a problem with the design variance for the off-street parking. But quite clearly for action 2 and 3, it states that the variance is not necessary and doesn't produce a hardship. I just want to point that out. I think, although I do agree that aesthetically the designs do look good, it isn't exactly what we're looking for. We may like it, but I think we have to change something else if we're going to be looking at improving that. That's it.
Mitchell, please.
Thanks. I think kind of on top of what Jim's comment there, I appreciate staff's and I'm aligned with staff's assessment, particularly, against, it's all of A, has to meet 4 of B. I appreciate and agree with that assessment. I feel like the question is, before you even get to that point, are these variances to begin with? And that feels to me like it's a little looser and a little bit more subjective in, being consistent with the neighborhood, being, protecting, the established buildings that are there. And so that's where my mind is at, is not does it provide a hardship? Is it the most minimal thing, et cetera? It's sort of a half a step before that. Are these in fact variances that need to be sort of managed in the first place?
Well, I'm wondering if we shouldn't go to a motion.
Yeah, let's do
And then
that.
get into that's really where we've got yourself. So on, let's see, planning item 4921, site architectural review and design variances. We have, what do we have? 4 action items. Let's address action item 1, design variances.
I move to approve planning item 49-21, action 1, design variance with the added condition that 2 parking spots on Grand Avenue are designated 30-minute parking. With the findings and conditions also found on page 9 and 10 of the staff report.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Comments?
Can we do that?
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I will say that, you know, flying without the legal staff next to me, Richard is on paternity leave. I think that we would want to be able to speak with the police department about managing that, and the city engineer who manages that in terms of signing this. So I would say that without speaking to either of those departments, I don't think that we would, staff would not recommend that. And I don't know that it's, this is for the actual, I'm sorry, I don't have it right in front of me. This is for, what, can you read the action again?
Parking variance action 1.
I would say that, you know, it's a discretionary act, but I think that we would want to, you know, before we bind the police department to be looking at these, or, and to have that reviewed by the city engineer. Both of those departments are working actively on parking management. We can certainly flag this for them as they're looking at parking management in the future.
End my motion to say that the applicant and the city, different city departments should enter into discussions about designating 2 spots for shorter term parking than is currently allowed. Enter into a conversation. Is that appropriate?
If it's not part of, I mean, if it's, I mean, I think you could take it separately and not put it in this motion.
It's noted for us. Okay. I do believe Ms. McDonough has a good point about elderly and disabled people trying to access services at that corner location. So I will pull my initial motion and let somebody else make one. Pull your second?
I'll pull my second.
Okay.
So I'll make a motion to approve planning item number 4921. Action 1, design variance with the staff recommendation on pages 9 and 10. So
Motion. Do we have a second? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Okay, now, do we have any further comments?
So that one has, this is the 5 places or 3 or whatever it is, the parking places that are in the back and the fencing. As Trent kind of has it written here. I mean, that's how I'm reading that, right? Okay, so that's what the motion.
Along north and south property boundaries.
And I'm good with the fencing. I mean, I've seen it in places in the alley and I think it's fine. I mean, you just have to be smart. I mean, Scott, you're a smart guy and I know, yeah, exactly. And it won't be too far back where people can't see. And I kind of agree with Trent's comment. I mean, it's the alley. Yeah. Anyway, that's my 2 bits on that.
Good. Well, let's call the question.
motion passes unanimously.
Okay, and then on to action item 2 on the planning item 4921, which relates to the shed roof. Staff is recommending denial. So,
I move to approve the variance request for 49-21 action item 2 regarding the 2 and 12 shed roof. I feel as though,
Need a second first.
oh, a second, okay.
and so staff has got findings on page 10. We're going to obviously suggesting that goes away. Do we have any other conditions or findings to
I would
attach
say
or
that
just?
my findings would suggest that the 2 and 12 roof pitch is actually appropriate and is not forbidden by the design standards.
Okay. And the second is following that. Okay. Any other discussion?
It's just a clarification. So you're saying that it doesn't have conflict with section A or B of the side variance?
I believe it's a better product than would have been possible by strictly following the design guidelines. Equal to or better than.
Okay. Seeing no more further discussion, we'll call the question. To approve the variance, to approve of the variance. So yes is to approve. No is to deny.
Oh.
Once you touch the button, you're committed, right? Or can you?
Once you touch the button, you have.
It's a done deal. Okay.
No, you can change it until he finalizes it.
Oh, okay. All right. Thanks.
As you were. The motion passes 6 in favor, 1 not in favor.
All right, action item 3 of planning item 4921, which is a design variance for use of vertical siding. Staff is recommending denial. Carolyn.
I'm gonna do it again.
Okay, good.
Regarding planning item 49-21, action item 3 for the variance to allow the use of vertical siding. I move to approve the variance because I feel that the use of vertical siding is equal to or better than the standards. Oh, and with the findings on page 10.
Well, that's a denial. So.
Oh, right. With my own findings that it's compliant.
Okay,
I'll second.
Second, okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion. Seeing none, we'll call.
If I may, Carolyn, would you go through the other conditions? I mean, I think that the idea is that you need to have a certain number of conditions. So if you could do that and do that for the record, that'd be great.
Yes, page 10. Action 3, design variance.
If you use the first action, like if you wanted to pull from various options.
From section 70, 40, 80, E, so on and so forth.
Or the long chart.
So the first action item, pull from those findings, you say? The variance request advances the goals and policies of the code or achieves the intent of the subject standard to the same or better degree than the subject standard.
So you have to have certain number of from column A and from column B.
The request does not harm the public health, safety, or welfare. The request is in general conformance with the comprehensive plan and with the stated purpose and intent of the code, including the specific regulation for which the variance is sought. The request that will not violate building or fire code requirements. The variance request advances the goals and policies of the code or achieves the intent of subject standard to the same or better degree than the subject standard. can't really say that the vertical siding is an extreme benefit to the community, nor is it necessary. But we have 4 of the 7 findings from page 9 or 10 of the staff report. Will that suffice?
And we need,
Technically, you have all 3 from column A and 4 from column.
Okay, I don't have the chart in front of me.
I think it certainly is the least.
Trent, can you bring up the chart?
I don't have it memorized. Yeah.
But can I ask I guess just a procedural question? The column A, column B thing, that's an exercise that and it's all good stuff, but that's an exercise we go through if in fact we think it's a variance to begin with. Is that a fair statement? And if we don't think it's a variance, that vertical, not whether it looks good, what have you, but just that it's, it's within context of where it's at and what it's doing, it's not a variance.
If the code doesn't prohibit it, do they really need variance?
Do
Is
we
that
need
what
to
you're
do that?
saying?
It's a very good point that you made earlier. I mean,
Yeah.
technically, you could state that no, it is in compliance, and you don't even have to vote.
You don't need to do that.
You're making the determination for us.
Yeah.
So if that is in fact the case, then if you state that on the record, and I think that we're just looking for an action that is compliant with what the standard is. So I think if you're saying that it meets the variance criteria, then you need to say that it meets the variance criteria. The correct number from column A and the correct number from column B.
Right.
If in fact you disagree with staff and you think that it does not require a variance, I think what we would like for you to do is for there to be some agreement to that end.
Okay. So then I would pull the motion and we would have a conversation and decide whether or not it merits a variance request.
You certainly could.
I just want to say, I think if staff has flagged it as something that is a variance, I think that they are the experts in that. And yes, we are a body that hears this, but I think that we should just prove that it is.
There's not really hardship. We have had issues with the criteria for variances and they're not up. I frankly do not feel like the use of vertical siding on a second floor should merit a variance request.
But it does.
And the gables obviously do, because all of the houses on that block are gabled roofs. So that is, I think, an actual variance based off of continuity on that block. So I mean, can we just prove that it meets the variance criteria? That seems easier. I guess.
If I could see them, maybe I would. Trent, can you put those up?
I pulled it up, but I need to share the screen with you. Sorry, apologize.
And I think for the record, I think that this conversation that you may want to go back to your action to and state those findings on the record, because we would need you to have those findings. I mean, the reason why we ask you to do that finding and conditions is for the record.
Yes, legally cover ourselves.
Well, except on action item 2, there is actually a drawing in the code that shows shed roofs, and it's not specifically preventing those from being used. So do you need to justify it in that regard? I mean, we're kind of saying.
If I may.
Yes, please.
Hannah Clauston, Assistant Director of Combat. I know I'm in a new seat over here. So I followed through the conversation that there's this question of whether this actually does qualify as a design variance in this case. And while we do have components of these items elsewhere in our code, there is actually specific code language that states that it shall not be used in this location, which is then what is triggering design variance. So I think if you want to approve this, then turning to the criteria and approving it in that manner would be a cleaner way to go about this. If you do want to decide to do this as stating that it doesn't require a variance, I think we're going to need you to cite specific code language of why it does not, just for clarity and for the record.
So the downtown design standards is what's in violation when it comes to the.
Yes, so
Should
staff is taking very specific language and code for this. It's not coming from our design opinions, but there is language in the code that triggers each of these design variances. So if you agree that they meet the criteria and can be approved, I think that is a great way to go about this. Or if you have issues with the design variance specific code language, why this was brought to you, that might be another code amendment conversation, which we love to have in this department. So you could also start that conversation.
So you're saying we need to go back to action item 2.
I think that would be, I mean, I think it would be wise to do that, to put those, to put those findings on the record.
And remind us, so all of section A needs to be met and then 4 items of section B, correct?
Correct.
So we just need to go back to section 2 and state those for the record, which you can do.
Yeah.
So what do we need to say? How do we need to go back to section 2? Or variance 2? Do we need to do a erase motion?
Which we have legal.
That's what we did.
I mean, I think that that my suggestion would be to take this item up again. To take up action item 2.
Yeah, I believe Commissioner Sipperly did point out, you enumerated several of the items that would meet the criteria, but if you could get it just in a clear manner, that would be helpful. And I can read that back to you because I typed it down later.
So we're going back to action item 2. Do I need to pull
We've
our
got a
action
motion on the floor.
for
Should we solve action item 3 before we back up?
You do have a motion on the floor, so but I think that you need to address the findings in action item 3. Right. George is asking with the motion that is on the table. So you could withdraw the motion and go back to action item 2, or you could take up action item 3 and address those.
Let's stay with where we are, and then since we got to go back anyway, let's.
I apologize.
No.
We're all learning here. So we're continuing on with action item 3, which is the variance for the vertical siding. The findings are that it meets all the criteria of section A, requested does not harm public health, safety, or welfare, is general conformance with the comprehensive plan and with the stated purpose and intent of the code. It will not violate building or fire code requirements. And from section B, it advances the goals and policies of the code or achieves the intent of the subject standard to the same or better degree than the subject standard. Subject property has an exceptional shape, topography, building configuration, or other exceptional site conditions that is not a general condition throughout the zone district. The variance requested results in benefits to the community that are equivalent to or exceed benefits associated with the subject standard. And the variance is necessary and appropriate to make possible the reasonable use of the land or the structures on the property. That's 4 from section B.
I'll second.
Okay. Action item 3 is where we are, and we have.
You did too.
We have a motion and a second, and do we have further discussion?
I'm not sure about the second one. I think it would be better to pick. Would it be better to take the, I guess, order standards? Yeah, that's what I'm.
It's more bulletproof. I think you're right. So can I do it again?
I'll let
You can amend it. You can amend.
All three of the items from section A and from section B, the variance requested advances the goals and policies and achieves the intent of the subject standard to the same or better degree. The variance results in benefits to the community that are equivalent to or exceed benefits associated with the subject standard. It's necessary and appropriate to make possible the reasonable use of the land or the structures on the property, and the variance is the minimum variance that will afford relief of the subject standards of the code.
I will second.
Okay, we have an amended motion and amended second. Further discussion. Mitchell, please.
Yeah, it's just hard because we're being roped into these things now, right? And I can't argue that it's the minimum that's going to afford, there is no relief that's needed here, right? It's not the vertical siding, the roof pitch is not necessary to make possible the reasonable use of the land. So like, you know, double-edged sword here, right? Like if we're gonna live by this, we have to die by it. And to hold ourselves up against 4 of the 7, I don't see a path.
We have another option of continuing these and pulling excerpts out of the code in order to support the idea that that is not a variance.
Okay. Joyce, there she is.
I would just say that these variance criteria, they're across the board for all of our applications. And so though we may not think that they are very applicable, we use them, I think, excessively. And I think we try to, as best we can, fit these variances into kind of these broad stating terms. And so I feel like though we're trying to make it fit this application, I think it still does. And it just may seem like a broad statement to fit this very specific application, which is a hard thing to do, but it still seems applicable.
Thank you. Pete, please.
And I think I'm in agreement with Joy. I mean, because I agree when I read it, it's like, but I think from my perspective, kind of going through them on all the different projects that we do, and I don't want to say it's subjective somewhat, but there is subjectiveness, I think, to it of how do you interpret different parts of it with the intent of code. You know, and that's a broad word. It's too bad Richard isn't here to help us with that, but because I mean, I hear what you're saying. But I mean, from my take is the intent, when I look at what's there, you know, it's hard to say, is that a hardship or not? I mean, it's a woolly kind of thing to say there, you know, what really, there's very few hardships, you know, unless you're gonna die or something brutal is gonna happen to you, you know, so how do you define some of those terms? I don't know, it's tough.
Well, the approval of a vertical siding would afford relief of the standard that requires horizontal siding, and it's about the minimum that you could request, just changing the direction. So that number 5 is applicable.
But the relief is self-imposed. The request for relief is self-imposed. And it's not necessarily preventing them from using the property.
Right. Which is why we skipped to number 5 instead of using 4.
Yeah, and I think what I would, I don't know if Carolyn said it before, but I think, because I kind of, you know, it's tough, and I'm okay with the vertical. So I mean, to me, it's improvement on how it looks, and you know, if it's board and bad, you know, different kind of things, it just kind of makes it more interesting, my perspective. But then I'd be interested in continuing it. If we don't think that this is it, I guess that's what I would like to do, to figure out how do we get back to your original point of saying, maybe it's not a variance and try to explore that.
Well, maybe we should, because aesthetically, I don't have a problem with it either. Right,
Yeah.
right, just based on the research and the findings of staff, which are essential at this point.
Right.
Yeah.
And there are experts, yeah.
So then we think we might want to continue this item, do a little more research in the code to determine whether or not a variance is warranted in the first place.
And that would be on both 2 and 3.
I don't think that's necessary. I think
Could I point out something real quick?
Yeah, Jim, go ahead.
So if you look at action item 4, it indicates that with approval of 1, and I think staff may have meant to say action item 1 of the requested design variances and slight modifications to the building elevations related to roof style and siding, it appears the request meets the site architectural plan. I think it's a definite distinction, horizontal versus vertical, but it still allows them to move forward and doesn't delay them. If we approve the 4th, we've already approved the 1st.
Correct.
And it, with my expectation of the staff report, deny the 2nd and 3rd, it doesn't stop them from doing what it is they're doing, because the variance request isn't predicated on a hardship that prevents them from moving forward.
It would prevent us from moving forward. Definitely prevent us from moving forward. I feel like we're getting caught in the semantics here. You guys all want to approve this. We need to figure out how to approve it. I mean, just delaying this till the next meeting or the next meeting is very counterproductive. I mean, this should have, I mean, if you guys hadn't called this up to P and Z, I mean, I could have had a permit months ago. Obviously, I needed to come here and talk about variances. You guys want to talk about the project, but feels like you guys all want to approve this, so we just need to figure out a way to do it, not delay any more time.
So if it just went through staff, then you're indicating that.
I mean, I'm not gonna answer that question, that's.
But that was your directions, that those 2 variances wouldn't have been an issue then, at least on the staff level.
No, I think they would still be issues, but I think that they are both issues that, the applicant could overcome regardless if it's approved tonight or not. There could be changes in design. I think it would be tough. If you continue this for another month, then you're leaving it up to us to bring back reasons for you why that doesn't apply. I think we've already evaluated the code to say that it does.
Right.
So I think you need, again, you would, well, you can do as you wish, and we'll provide whatever details that you need. I just don't know that we're going to be able to provide you much more without a code amendment, which would take, even, 2, 3, 4 months for the applicant.
So that was the intent of my comment on action item 4, whether it's here or in his office. I don't think they're going to find the kind of relief that they're looking for.
So we're sort of back to Joy's imperfect solution. Like, we can do this the imperfect way, where we don't love how this is going down, which Oaks has a great point. But we can still get it done with the imperfect solution. We can live with the imperfect, right? With this.
without us questioning whether it's a variance. or
Without
not
us
originally.
picking apart this language and trying to
Yeah.
do the whole thing, knowing it's imperfect language, that's a little bit fuzzy anyway.
Yeah.
Or the other option is if we could figure out verbiage to say, we don't think either of these are variances, then but that's. I mean, staff who approve, goes through and pulls up things from looking at the code, a la what Hannah and Trent did, said that is a variance, so then that, I mean, that's.
Yeah, we're gonna-
If I may,
We're hard pressed to do that, so if we fall back to what you're saying.
I think staff has made our determination regarding the code. And you wouldn't be able to do your own investigation of the code because all of the matter needs to be considered here because it's quasi judicial. So I apologize. I know these things are hard. And that's why all of you smart folks are up there.
Well, for my 2 cents, I think we take the imperfect path tonight.
So my motion would then stand
Your
for
motion.
those 4
Yes, please.
section D criteria regarding action item 3.
Joy, did you have anything?
Just a second and a yes, please.
Yeah. So let's call the question on action 3 under the planning item 4921.
The item passes 5-2. Commissioners Jim Hardcastle, Mitchell Weimer.
Okay, so we are back to action item 2. And I'm not sure what Robert's Rules of Order would say about how we get back to.
I think that we just need potentially the motion maker can come back with all of the findings that need to be in the record. And I apologize, I didn't catch it while you were making the motion.
So that was Carolyn again, right? Yes.
So regarding action item 2 for planning item 4921, I wish to amend the findings and conditions from what was stated before to include all 3 findings from section A for and from section B, the variance requested advances the goals, policies of the code or achieve the intent of the subject standard of the same or better degree. Subject property as an exceptional shape, quantity, building configuration, or other exceptional site condition that's not a general condition throughout the zone district. The variance requested results in benefits to the community that are equivalent or exceed benefits associated with the subject standard, and the variance is the minimum variance that will afford relief of the subject standards of the code.
Who had that? Was,
Commissioner Wisting was
Oh,
the second.
yeah.
I'll second.
Okay, we have whatever this is called, and a second. And any other, Jim, do you have comments? Or?
No.
Oh,
sorry.
Okay, so let's call the question on action item 2 of planning item 4921.
The motion carries 5-2. With Commissioner Weimer and Commissioner Hardcastle voting against.
Okay. And the last action
One more,
item.
Carolyn, you only got one more. We believe in you. We believe in you.
This is action item, which in this case, the staff recommends approval with conditions.
Can I ask for clarification from staff on just the introduction on that? What were you intending to say? Because you have, sorry, were you intending to say with the approval of 1? Did you mean action item 1? Because then you list later on the modifications to the elevation, roof style, and siding, and those are 2 and 3.
Probably so. Jim. Let me pull that up. I'll confirm.
Yeah, I'm not challenging you. I was just wanting to
No,
make
no,
sure.
no, I'm sure there could be a typo. So are we talking about in the?
Staff recommendation of action 4.
Yes, correct. With approval of the site and architectural plan review.
So the first words there with
Oh,
approval of action item 1.
Yes, sorry. So you've already approved those others, but so I would recommend now, approval regardless, since you approved items 2 and 3. Yeah, the intent there was, assuming that you approve action item 1, I recommend approval of action item 4.
Okay. Thank you.
Do we have a motion?
Carolyn. You're on a roll. All right. Regarding section item 4 of planning item 4921, the approval of a site and architectural plan review with 11 of the staff report.
If I may, can you turn on your mic and say that one more time?
What's the number again?
4921.
4921, action item 4, the approval of a site and architectural plan review with the recommended findings and conditions on page 11 of the staff report.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and time for discussion. Seeing none, I'll call, oh, yes, seeing one at least.
Well, I'm just reading the recommended conditions. I'm going through to make sure. It says the applicant shall revise design to comply with the roof design. So that one's now scratched, right?
Okay, we have to remove conditions 1 and 2.
And shall revise the vertical, so that one's,
Yeah. Okay, I will amend my motion. Do I have to pull the first
Anything else?
motion?
let me see if there's anything else.
No, just revising.
I think those are the only two.
I will revise my motion to eliminate conditions 1 and 2 from page 11 of the staff report regarding the roof design and vertical siding.
Okay, we have an amended motion and an amended second. And no further discussion, so we will call the question.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay. And I would just beseech the applicant to work with your neighbor and the police if that's who's necessary to work on that parking situation that the neighbor has concerns about.
I'd be happy to, but I don't think I have any say in what happens on.
Yeah, maybe not, but it's a good faith effort and a good neighbor request.
I would not oppose that at all.
I would appreciate that.
And I appreciate you guys, I mean, it's an imperfect system. And you guys have sometimes reach subjectivity into the discussion, so I really appreciate that.
Right.
Love the project. Good detail.
Yes, let's call for a 5-minute recess. That puts us back at 7:57. Ready? Well, we're back in session. And we're up to planning file 6721, minor site architectural plan 702 23rd Street. And Emory is.
So I'm just going to bring up a presentation. And again, this is for planning file 6721, a minor site and architectural plan for 702 23rd Street. Hello? Does it work?
Don't think so. We're not hearing you as well as we were.
Okay. Maybe I need to project more.
Yes.
Does that work?
I think that's fine on the Zoom side.
Okay.
And we also just share the screen.
Let's see if it works. All right. Okay, so again, this is planning file 6721, minor site and architectural plan for 702 23rd Street. So again, the request is for a minor site and architectural plan for a 2-story, 5-unit multifamily residential building at 702 23rd Street. Applicant is Jordan Architecture. The owner is AB and SB Construction Company. The property is zoned residential high density, which allows for multifamily buildings, a use by right. To the north, south, east, and west, the property is surrounded by residential uses, and the total lot size is approximately 13,000 square feet. So here, what you're considering today, your one action item on this is a approval or denial of the site and architectural plan. And so staff recommends approval of the plan with suggested findings and conditions on pages 12 and 13 of the staff report. And so again, your actions tonight will be approve the item with the suggested conditions, approve with additional conditions, deny application with findings, or continue item to next regularly scheduled meeting. And again, come back to this, but this is your criteria for a site plan. So similar to Trent's item, you're looking at the same 4 criteria. Consistent with general purpose of the code, consistent with other standards of the code, consistent with any previously approved plat, PUD, or any precedent land use approval. That would not be relevant to this one. And then again, that it's consistent with the comprehensive plan. So in summary, again, a 2-story, 5-unit multifamily building with a 2,847 square foot footprint at 702 23rd Street. So 702 23rd Street is currently a single family building seen in the streetscape here, white and green building there. And then below is an elevation of the proposed structure, and that would be facing the building from 23rd, north side. Again, so site location, it's on 23rd Street. The property is zoned residential high density, and all the other properties in the neighborhood, which fall into that kind of brownish color, those are also residential high density, which would allow for a multifamily building. All of the orange is RM1, residential medium density, and then kind of the tan, light tan is RM2, residential multifamily limited. So those are the different zoning districts in the area. And then this image is just an image without the zoning, so you can kind of see a little more clearly where we are. So again, 23rd Street, north side of the property. And again, for a little more context, here you have, so east view facing east on 23rd, west view kind of going downhill, down 23rd. North, you're looking there at Blake Avenue going north. And then again, south, this is actually taken from the Bennett townhomes to the south of the property. So if you see kind of that gable there, about right here, that's where the property is. So that's what you view the property from the south. Here is a site plan. This full screen. of the proposed development. So parking in the back, facing Grand. Again, some of the code standards, which I'll go into more depth on the next page. So these are all different code standards that staff reviewed this project for. So including, so zoning and use, multifamily building use is allowed in the residential high density district. Not going to go through every single one of these. I'm just going to call out a couple. So setbacks, it meets all of the required setbacks, front, side, and rear. The required parking for a multifamily building, required parking is 1.5 spaces per unit plus 1 guest space for every 5, which results in a total of 9 required vehicle spaces. This project proposes 9 vehicle spaces, so it's meeting that requirement. Then also too with the landscape and open space requirements. So the required landscaping is 20% of the lot, which would be 2,613 square feet. And applicant is proposing 3,920 square feet, which meets the requirement as well. And then as far as open space, that is also 20% of the lot. And that amount is 3,611 square feet. So that also meets that requirement. And if you have any questions on any more of these, we can return to this page certainly. Now, one item that does not immediately meet code standards is for building materials. So stucco is not an approved material, but other comparable materials may be approved. Now, one thing which I realized I forgot to mention, so this application would normally be an administrative application and has been referred to you to make the decision by the director. So again, you're making the decision on to approve the site plan or not. Now, including with this is also a decision where if you were to approve this application as is, you would be approving for the use of stucco as the primary building material. If you have a different thought on that, that would need to be added as a condition, such as, cannot be, use one of the approved list materials, or could only be used 50%. So if you are okay with stucco, we can approve it as is. If not, Planning and Zoning Commission would actually need to add that as a condition, a specific condition.
So it's stucco variance, just.
It's not a variance. So typically, like I said, so this would have been an administrative decision. However, it was referred to Planning and Zoning Commission. As the administrative decision, the director would have made an approval or denial on the building material. But since Planning and Zoning Commission is making a decision on this application as a whole, this item is also being referred to. So if you find that stucco would be an approved building material, we can approve, you would approve the application as is. If you feel differently, it would actually be needed to be added as a specific condition. Staff did not add it. Those conditions. So. Sense. Okay. So again, so this is criteria number 1 into adherence to code standards. Now, criteria number 4 for approval of a site plan is consistency with the comprehensive plan. So the project here, this is the future land use map, and the project location is right here, this parcel outlined in green. Everything in this tan color is outlined in the comprehensive plan as multifamily residential. And the comprehensive plan defines multifamily residential as residential land use accommodating multifamily structures of 3 units or greater, which would apply to the proposed project. And then again, yellow is single family residential and red is commercial. This being Grant over there. So again, staff finds that the proposed project meets the following comprehensive plan goals: promote long-term sustainable diverse economic development, redevelopment of an existing lot, which again is also a direct development to locations that are cost effective to serve. So this is already existing infrastructure, water, sewer, already exists on site. Providing housing community opportunities for the entire community. So again, residential infill at a density allowed by the existing zoning district. And then again, for support social diversity, which again, infill residential at a density allowed by the zoning district. So there were reviewing agencies, so engineering department, public works, electric waste and wastewater, fire department. There are 2 engineering variances required on this project. And to be clear, so engineering variances are reviewed and approved or denied by the engineering department. Planning and Zoning Commission reviews variances from development code. So these are 2 different review processes. Now, specifically what variances were requested from the engineering department was distance of proposed access from property line for access. And so what that means is if we go back to the site plan, that means this is where the access is. It's less than 15 feet from the corner property line. And so that's what that engineering variance is requesting for. And that engineering variance was approved by the engineering department. And then a second variance is also for driveway width. And so the driveway here at the curb cut, it's 20 feet and then tapers to 18 feet and 6 inches. The engineering standard is 24 feet for 2-way. And engineering department also approved that variance request. So that is the engineering department comments, which have been resolved. And then as far as public works, I'll actually go back to the site plan. Public works, there's actually a sewer line on this side of the property, which Public Works requested a 7.5-foot easement, which for the side setback here, it's only 5 feet. And Public Works asked for 7.5 for the easement. And so now this setback is 7 feet 6 inches. So that request had also been accommodated. And then comments from fire department indicated that the site design did not inhibit their ability to access the site in case of an emergency. So those are those comments. Now for, yeah. Sure.
So which one is north, south? east?
Oh, I apologize.
Is it
So
site
north would
distance?
be 23rd Street.
Yeah.
South is the rear of the property.
That's where the townhomes are there.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. And
That's
then
what-
west,
That's
east.
what I thought.
Yep. Okay. So public comments were received are included in the packet. Also, when we get to the public comment portion, I believe there are some people here that will speak. And then I also have an additional comment, which I'll provide to you all that was received today via email, just so you can see that. So again, action item 1 is consider a minor site and architectural plan for a 5-unit multifamily building. Staff recommends Planning and Zoning Commission approve the minor site and architectural plan with findings and conditions on pages 12 and 13 of the staff report. And then again, in summary, these are your options: approve item, approve with conditions, which would include any language on stucco. 3, deny application. 4, continue application to the next regularly scheduled meeting. And then again, these are your criteria with number 3 not being relevant to the application. So that concludes the presentation.
Very good. Thanks, Emery. Questions for staff? Jim, please.
Just clarification on the 2 variances. When were those granted by engineering?
Today.
Thanks.
So who is that line? Does Matt approve those or who?
That would be Terry Parch.
Terry Parch.
Carolyn.
Is there a requirement to have ADA accessible units in 5-plex?
That's a good question. How the site plan shows, so you have these 2 bottom units, which would be, at least ground level. Then as far as also the other ADA accessibility with the actual design of a project, I'm not sure. ADA requirements.
It's something that is likely to be addressed at the building permit level.
Because a lot of that would
Good
relate,
opportunity.
yeah, and a lot of that would relate to, like doorways,
Bathrooms.
clearance, the same.
Mhm.
Isn't there a number of units or something that triggers it? I mean, I'm just thinking back to my good old days.
It's definitely something that our building official would catch. And also our engineering department frequently comments on ADA requirements, and puts that as a notice to applicants. So if it hasn't been mentioned by engineering yet, I trust that they would have mentioned it, otherwise it will be caught by building official, but I also don't know the threshold at which that kicks in.
And again, too, so where a minor site plan is in the development process is, you know, you have the minor site plan application, which for today, you are all the deciding body. If that were to be approved, then there's actually a final plans application, which is again, more a full, you know, grading, drainage, everything, which would be again reviewed. Following that approval, then you would have your building permit stage, which again, with some of these, for like an ADA requirement, when you're actually on the interior of the unit, would be reviewed by our department. So,
But we would not see it.
correct, yeah.
Joy.
I think he was first.
Oh, yes, which one? Sorry.
Sorry, yeah, no, I was just curious about the stucco. Why is it not an approved material?
Code does not list stucco as an approved material. One second, I'll go to that page. So
Do you have an
codes,
opinion as to whether it was oversight or intentional?
so code states they're selected for their ability to withstand Glenwood Springs variable mountain climate, and materials with demonstrated durability include but are not limited to brick, stone, such as siding products. And in the application, the applicant provided a narrative describing why they felt that stucco should be approved.
While you're there, Emery,
Sure.
I can't quite read. What does it say on further
Yeah.
down? Can you,
Oops. Is that better?
yeah, where it talks about EFS. Exterior.
Yeah, so that's specifically not allowed.
Not in high traffic areas.
Such as primary building entrances. And the material selected is not EFS. To be clear.
So it specifically talks about EFS, but stucco in general is just not listed.
Correct.
But it says materials which demonstrate durability include but are not limited to. So is that why we're not having to have a variance?
Correct.
Because it's not specifically, okay. Well,
Kind of a case by case basis review.
right.
So similarly, like 2512, this also came up as well. In November. And it's a similar type decision.
Joe.
That was my question, and just from a real estate standpoint, stucco is perceived as very low maintenance and very durable material, so seems like maybe the code needs to be changed. But my question was, it seemed like in a lot of the public comments, there were concerns about being in a debris flow zone, and I saw that there was a very extensive just soils report and study of that. Is there anything in the construction of this project that would make it more of a risk if something were to happen, or will the development of this property actually mitigate some of those risks?
So first off, I am not an engineer.
course
But
not.
again, with final plans, engineering department, and as well as engineering department has reviewed this initial application, which includes submitting a drainage report and grading report, geotechnical soils report, which again, that's all reviewed by our engineering department. And if any of those standards cannot be met, that's actually a condition of approval is that, you know, at the final plans, the application would have to meet all of the engineering standards, which address, you know, soils, debris flow, drainage on the property. Which again, if the applicant could not meet the engineering standards, they would not be able to go forward.
Right.
with development.
The other question I have along the same lines is, I know that the Bell Rippey project had some sort of kind of debris flow zone mitigation for that entire area built into the project. Does that somehow alleviate some of their concerns?
So I think just to confirm what you're asking, are you talking about debris flow during a construction project, or just how the site is graded and laid out?
Just based off of that last flood that they had, the 1978 flood.
Sure. And
And
again, so that would be, you know, anytime we take, so site application, one of the requirements is submitting soils
Mhm.
report and all the geotechnical, which again is reviewed by the engineering department. And there are comments that the engineering department has given the applicant that they need to address,
Mhm.
which again would be, included in the condition of approval of meeting those standards.
Right, I understand that. Maybe that's a question for you, Hannah. That Bell Rippey project, does that, I know that there were some stipulations in that to mitigate some of the debris, so.
With the Bell Rippey project, their drainage and geotechnical reports indicated that was a recommendation from the experts. So then we, an engineering department, which is Ryan on? Yes, we do have our engineer online if you want to ask him specific questions. But so all of the recommendations that come out of the geotechnical report are adopted as conditions for the
Mhm.
engineering department to implement into the project. So with Bell Rippey, that was something that came out of the geotechnical experts saying that that was necessary to mitigate, flood and geohazard areas for that project. So that's what that was. I'm not super familiar with this geotechnical report, but engineering would be adopting any recommendations that came out of that.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, sorry, Pete, go ahead.
So one is on the engineering variances. And I know Terry approved it, and I guess I get that grandfathered in because it's a residence and there's where the driveway is and all that sort of thing. And, but as you're tearing it down, kind of one of those deals that then do you refer back to the code, which is what the engineering code is. And, it's smack in the middle of a residential area. And so my question kind of is, I don't know if Terry gave any reasons why. I mean, I could see where that would be a valid thing, that maybe that was there for, if it's a single family residence, it's not so impactful versus when it's, and maybe put up the site plan again, but when you're, and I know there's plenty of land, open space for the project, that sort of thing. But now it's kind of hardscape is that whole, basically the whole horizontal east to west for the property. And I mean, I don't know what the intent of the code, who knows what that was and when that was written back in whenever, but I don't know if Terry had anything, if she said anything like that around that.
So we think
Ryan,
it's on. Are we able
I
to
believe so.
let Ryan,
I have to promote him.
I think maybe the ones that can.
I think she's working on it.
So Pete, just to confirm, what your question for Ryan would be is what reasoning was given for approving the engineering?
Right, exactly. And what my question is kind of coming from is that I know what it's zoned, and it's zoned to do this, but it's in the midst of this area. I mean, another question I had is kind of consistent with that is, they talk about an HOA, and it's an interesting thing. You look in that neighborhood, and it's an old neighborhood, and so I don't know what that is. What is the HOA that they're talking about? What is the boundaries?
The HOA would refer to the Bennett townhomes behind this property.
So not, so is that, oh, that's the one behind.
Correct. This
That's
property.
okay, that makes sense.
Part of that.
And that's considered, okay, Ryan's on now. Yeah.
Ryan, you there?
Yep, I am.
So I think Pete, maybe if you could just repeat your question. And
Yeah, Ryan, what my question was, and I don't know if you know if Terry wrote anything up of here's why she was good with the two engineering variances of the access and the driveway width kind of thing, is, because the property's being totally redeveloped from a single family to a fiveplex.
Right. So I think just start on the variance, the first variance there, the 15-foot separation. I think you were touching on that a little bit, where there is an existing condition where that is the location of the driveway today. And I think some of the intent of the engineering standards of 15 feet from the property line is so you don't have a bunch of driveways stacked up next to one another. In this case, building it back in the same location isn't going to cause that same, the intent or that problem, because the neighboring property to the west has that similar driveway to this configuration as well. And if you look kind of up and down that street, that seems to be the prevailing location of driveways.
Right.
And then as far as the width goes, the code has to cover lots of different configurations and sizes of lots in a situation here where you have it's not a single family home, but it's 5 units. You're not going to have a huge amount of volume that you would see in a larger development. So we felt shrinking or allowing a narrower width in the drive aisle was acceptable to the point, but we still want to see the intent of that being a two-way drive work. So they reduced the width to 18 foot 6 inches. Well, 2 cars can still pass each other in that configuration. And then similarly, we had asked them to widen that out as we got to the 23rd Street, just to give a little bit more room. So if there is a conflict when there is cars entering and exiting, that there's a little more space there.
Thanks. The other question I had was on and I know, Emery, you have in here the surrounding land uses, residential, and so is the townhome project considered a residential, or is it a multifamily, or is it, to the south? Because I know there was also a comment, maybe we'll hear from that later, one of the neighbors, it was to the south, but to me, it looked like immediate to the south was that the multifamily project, townhome project, is that?
Sure. So a townhome project would be considered a multifamily development. And then in this neighborhood, you have a variety of uses. So again, this orange is all RM1. Can you not see that?
No. We're seeing Ryan.
Got to share screen.
Hi, Ryan.
Just a second.
It's all good. For my
All right, now, can we see?
Switch to share. They have to share screen.
It says like new share. This isn't.
Working, it's just on the wrong screen for us.
Okay, thanks. But I guess to kind of continue on that question, so this property is zone residential, high density, which allows for that use, and that would be everything in the brown. And so as you go to the south and the west, you have single family homes, you have duplexes. If you keep going down 23rd Street, you have apartment buildings. Now in the orange, that would be single family residential, which the maximum density allowed by use would be single family home plus an ADU. And so, this definitely does fall on that line between the two, but the property itself zoned residential high density.
Right. Yeah, and I guess, so along that line, I guess the one question I had that I was the fence height. I didn't really read that anywhere else, but to the south, and that would be, and I can kind of get that, because if people are coming in now, there's, instead of just one person, there's 5 people in there as they're driving in that, in the driveway, plus in the parking lot back there, it seems like you'd want something to reduce noise and lighting kind of thing.
Sure, and so I will go to that. So again, screening, when you have parking in the rear setback, there are screening requirements in code. And so one of the requirements is doing a fence, which has to be at least 3.5 feet tall. So that would be the minimum standard for a screening fence. And what the applicant has chosen to use to meet this requirement is if you see section A. So it's a two-part continuous raised border that is located between the parking area and the property line. And there's a densely landscaped area with trees, shrubs, and other perennials that is a minimum of 6 feet wide. So this is 6 feet wide and protected by a curb that is 6 inches in height. So there's a curb on all these parking spaces. And this is 6 feet minimum width. And then the shrub species that the applicant has indicated on their site plan are pine, which at maturity would have a width of between 6 and 10 feet and a height between 3 and 5. And then also a sand cherry, which is a width of 5 to 7 feet wide and 7 to 10 feet tall. And then there's also a hawthorn tree here.
Is the grade similar between? I don't know if you know that.
So no,
between
so that's what, if you see this,
That and the townhome.
I
project?
don't have grading plan here in the staff report. But again, this is a retaining wall. So this is to make this site going towards kind of the southwest corner of the property is you know, this retaining wall, that's where the retaining wall is, and that's going to be the grade differential.
So that's lower. The subject property is lower than the other because the retaining wall's there already. So then you put a fence on top of that and that. Okay,
There's no fence here.
Correct.
that's just the retaining wall.
There's no
The
fence on
retaining
this.
wall acts as the fence.
Well, there's no fence on this property. I believe there is a fence on the townhome side, but on this
Yeah, I saw.
property, there's not a fence, and what's being used to meet the screening requirement is the landscaping.
Okay.
And what's the height of the retaining wall?
The retaining wall is approximately 4 feet.
4 feet.
Less.
And this is higher than the adjacent properties, is that correct?
Correct. The degree which, I mean, I know the applicant has some items prepared that could probably provide some more information on some of those.
Oh, I did want to say one more thing. Thank you for this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
the-
yeah.
the estimate.
The spreadsheet.
It makes it easier versus, and so thank you for that.
Joy, please.
I don't recall, when you guys have an application come in, do you guys provide a list of shrubbery, recommended shrubbery, or is that something they just propose?
That's generally something the applicant would propose.
Okay.
I believe we have a species list.
Check.
Yeah.
I'm just curious if we try to steer applicants towards xeriscaped type landscaping and shrubbery that doesn't utilize as much water.
We do have requirements for street trees and we are working toward bringing back, if you'll recall in the fall, there was a work session to talk about landscaping and there've been a lot of moving pieces, so we will bring it back. And so that would include some of that kind of species and zoning of landscaping, those kinds of things that you asked for. There's just not enough hours in the day and we only have one Hannah.
Just seems like it would be prudent as water becomes more and more of an issue, right?
I think we do prohibit, I think, tamarisk, Siberian, like, the bad list. But none of those are being used here. So.
So I guess we have a superintendent, our park superintendent has a list of approved street trees that we defer to. But as Jen mentioned, we are planning and still working on bringing back increased xeriscape recommendations to planning and zoning commission soon.
Yeah, that's at least the second iteration since the code was rewritten, right? Because we had more foliage out there than could be supported in the jungle. Yes, Jim.
Sorry to go back to stucco. I'm just asking for clarification. Does the director or has the director approved, if this were the only question in front of you in your office, have you approved stucco in this district or are there similar districts with similar uses?
Emery, do you know what the requirement was, the condition for the last item that came through on Grand?
So the last item where stucco, where the same question came up. So one, it was located at 2512 South Grand. So across the street from the Old Rivers location. And stucco was allowed as like a secondary building material. So kind of not the predominant one. And part of that decision was made just like looking at buildings in the vicinity.
Okay.
You know, we didn't do a citywide survey necessarily of all stucco residential buildings. You know,
Okay,
but
I appreciate that. I think the massing informed, the height transitions, a lot of other considerations by the applicant kind of allows us to maybe take a look at stucco, because I think when you look at the aerials and you look at the street view, I think the way they have developed it, they pulled it away from the houses. They've kind of, you've got these as transitions. I think I'm comfortable with that, with the use of stucco. Just as a comment. Yes.
Carolyn?
I would have to disagree with this quantity of stucco being used in a neighborhood that doesn't seem to have much stucco. I think I could be in favor of having it as a secondary building material, but seeing the stucco come all the way down, I think increases the mass, the appearance of the mass of the building, which is sort of already a concern. Another thing that Jim mentioned was transitions, and the east side of this building sits only 7.5 feet from the property line, where there's a really small one-story building. The staff report did go into the ways that that can be mitigated, but I don't see that this full 2-story height roof overhang is really gesturing towards any mitigation on the east side of the property, where it abuts a tiny single-family home. Some of my other concerns are, as you walk out of the back doors of the building, you're in the parking lot. And I see the 3 parking spaces at the end. I'm not sure how you're going to maneuver your vehicle out of there to turn around. I feel like there's just a whole lot of hard impermeable surfaces on this lot. Nearly the entire lot is covered in either pavement or building. I do understand that it meets the requirements for landscape. I'm just concerned about water quality. I think as we revisit our water conservation and planting list, I'd like to also address permeable pavers as an approved driveway surface, but I don't think we're even allowed that now. And I'm sympathetic that this place has the number of parking spaces that are required, so their hands are sort of tied. But it's a lot of impervious surfaces, and I acknowledge that their engineer has a good grip on it with the dry wells and the runoff control. But this just seems like a very high density, intense development in a neighborhood of
Is this the question?
small,
This is the question.
oh, small questions. Well,
Remember,
no idea.
process.
Would the power lines be undergrounded? I see that they're on the site plan. There were 2 overhead power lines running to that project. As a requirement, would power lines need to go underground?
I would say that would have been a question for Public Works and Electric.
Didn't show up in the engineering.
So if they didn't comment on it,
And on any of these drawings, can I see the overall width of the building?
yeah, so it'd be I believe 66.
I'm sorry,
The width.
There's lack of dimensions. 60 feet wide. And the lot is 100?
Correct.
Okay.
Lot's approximately 100 feet wide by 130 feet deep.
Okay. Well, yes, I'll hold my other comments that are not questions. So bad with that. Sorry.
It's a group effort.
Well, I guess too, the one thing is you kind of are touching on with there are standards for lot coverage, which this project does meet. However, code only looks at lot coverage for the structures. So we don't incorporate hardscape in that calculation. But again, you still have engineering standards to meet for, if you pave this amount of space, you have to plan a drainage system to deal with that. So that's where that usually gets addressed. But for the lot coverage, those standards only apply to structures.
And I did see the civil engineering plans in the set. Can you address the transition from the roof height to the
Sure.
adjacent building?
So
question.
All right. And it was a question mark. Okay, so the code requirement, so when there's a new building with a height that exceeds that of an adjacent dwelling by 1 story or more, shall provide a transition using at least 3 of the following techniques. So this is the code reference, and you have to have 3 of these items. So 1 is stepping down the building height and mass. Number 2 is variations in sidewall or roof form. 3 is using a roof pitch and overhang similar to that of neighboring structures. And 4 is utilizing dormers and sloping roofs. And you need to have 3 of those. Now, staff found, and I'm gonna go back to the streetscape vision view. So again, so when it is greater than 1 story or more, what is that? You would need to do those transitions. So on this side, with the grade coming down compared to where this is, staff felt like this building will not be taller by 1 story or more on the east side. However, we did find that it would be on the west side, which is why we required the stepping down on the west side. And the way the applicant met those, just a second. Is so, well, let's go, yeah, here first. So stepping down the building height and mass along the shared property line. So again, that's at least half the width on this side of the building. And then at least 10 feet in width and depth. And so that's what this deck space is, meeting that requirement. And then 2, variation in the side building wall and roof form. So again, this is kind of a shed roof where you have a gable and hip roof here. So it's variation in roof form, and then also the building wall. So it provides some breaking of that up. And then 3, utilizing roof pitch and overhang similar to neighboring structures. So using a gable roof here. And then as you can see, again, going back to the streetscape, most of the structures in this neighborhood have gable roofs. And so that was where staff found that the applicant had used 3 of the techniques.
So staff determined that the east facing side of this building was not held to the transition standards.
Correct, because the final height would not be greater than 1 story. So
because of the grade change.
Between the grade change and then also to just this actual size of this building, because it is a little bit elevated here, that it would not, again, exceed by 1 story or more, which is why that was not required on the east side, but it was on the west side to do that stepping down.
Okay. Do you have a color rendering of the siding, of the stucco? I mean, is it all? I see the wainscot. And I know there's massing and that sort of thing, but how does it steps back? How does the colors?
So this is a digital sample board. And so this is, here, let's get them both up. So this is what you'd be looking at. Can you see this? So you have the stucco, the field, stucco, trim, and then again, that's kind of the streetscape. So
metal roofing on the sheds and shingles on the pitched roofs.
Correct.
Up the pitched roofs.
And multifamily buildings are required to be earth tone, so that accounts for the color choices. Not that you can't have a bright stucco, but not for multifamily. Yeah.
Carolyn, please.
Could you elaborate on the east elevation, the 5 different elements that make this building 4-sided?
Sure. Okay, so on the east side, and so again, a requirement for a multifamily building is you have to have 5 architectural features, which are found from this list. And so that is what you're looking at. And again, it has to have 5 on each elevation. And so Carolyn's asking about the east side, which here we have a window, we have a balcony, variation in materials, So projected recessed building walls, so you have that front part that comes out, so you have that depth. And then 5, the prominent entry feature, which is kind of that shed roof covering on the entry level.
So even though those are not, the porch, the setback and the balcony are not on the east face, they are pushed away.
They're visible
Mhm.
from that elevation, breaking up the plane.
Huh, okay. That's all.
Okay. Anything else? My comments, questions. Parking, back to the handicap thing. What is the number of the trips of the requirement for handicap space?
Not sure on ADA requirements. If they. 8 per state.
But
Again,
in
that's-
the parking aspect of it.
So again, that is something that would generally be caught at the building permit level if it's not required on the planning side. And
So to that comment, Jen, does that mean that if, because we don't know the ADA stuff, that if it came up and there needs to be ADA access, that the building official will go through all of that, and they could have to change their design, and it could change the parking spaces, which to that comment, then that could stop the project. Is that- I mean, is that-
or they would have to accommodate it in a different way. It sounds like that this
But if
is
they had
not.
8 parking spaces versus 9, then would that come back to us for?
So they could, I mean, there's various methods by which to address parking. There's a total 30% parking reduction that's allowed by the director under the code. There are various ways to get to that reduction. And then there's also an ability for an applicant to pay a cash in lieu for a parking stall. It's $8,000 a stall.
And that would all be under the assumption that ADA were required, which doesn't sound like it is. But we want to confirm. And would be again reviewed.
Back to the height transition. And on the on the west side, they're using the deck as you described to make that transition. But also under that, under 704080E 8A number 4, it talks about decks not facing the neighbor.
Oh, so that's a good question. Which code language states decks may not face a neighbor. And so when you are in a residential district and you have a neighbor on your side and their neighbor on the side and a neighbor on the rear, effectively that would mean that no one could have a deck. So staff interpreted this as this is, it's meeting the setbacks, it's set back from the property line. Yes, in a sense it is facing a neighboring property, but it is not, overlooking, and it's not right on the property line, it's set back. So we feel like it met the intent of the code.
Facing, sorry, for clarification, facing 2 buildings, if you have them off like they are proposed,
Correct.
then you're okay.
Yeah. Okay. Well, and just that is an example of where a code requirement, we would look at the intent of what code is asking, because if we held it to the really strict interpretation, every deck is facing another property. That's a good, it's a good point.
So in regards, and this is probably covered by Public Works, I'm just looking for clarification from myself. And I'm not sure if a roof overhang, a building setback of 5 feet to the side yard is to the foundation, not counting the roof overhang.
That's correct. And Public Works was fine with the roof overhang. They just wanted to have at least 7.5 feet.
So
from the
with the
property
roof
line.
overhang in the 7.5 feet, they're okay.
That's okay, and Public Works is okay with that.
Okay.
And the foundation could be in that.
Carolyn, can I ask you to turn on your mic? Alyssa asked if you're speaking to have your mic on.
The foundation's allowed to be in the 7.5.
So like the footer, yeah, that would be also fine to be to the wall.
That's all I have for now. Anybody else have questions for staff? Seeing none, would the applicant like to come forward and
You can just leave it up, yeah. Brad Jordan, Jordan Architecture, PO Box 1031, Golden Springs, Colorado. First of all, I'd like to thank staff for all the time they've spent with us and the meetings that we've had with not only just the planning department, the community development. We've worked very extensively with the engineering as well as with Matt, with Public Works. Originally, our driveway was going to be 15 feet. They said, no, we're not going to allow you to do that. So if we could get 20 feet, that would probably be okay for 2-car access. So we had 20 feet, and then Matt says, well, wait a second, we got a sewer line over here. We'd like to have 7.5 feet instead of 5 feet. So we had to shift everything, and we didn't want the driveway right on top of the house or the building. So that's why it's 18.5 feet instead of 20 feet. I mean, these are just some of the little things. I'm not as organized as Emery. Emery did a great job presenting this. Let's see. In regards to the stucco, I want to address that too. Obviously, stucco is a very efficient method these days. It may, when this code was written and they left it out, it may have been during the time frame when EIFS first came out, EIFS, which is your insulated synthetic stucco. And there were some lawsuits over in Denver because it didn't have a drain back system. Those have all been improved. I have stucco on my house. I've moved in, built it and moved in 2007. I haven't had any problems with it, with the type of systems they have and the drain channels they have behind it, and the elastomeric stucco finish. So it's just, and the maintenance free is ideal for most of us. Let's see. You did mention that you saw the civil drawings, so I wasn't sure they were in here. My civil engineer is Hans Brucker with Pinnacle Design Group, and he's been working very closely with city engineering and answering a lot of the same questions that you guys have been asking, that engineering's been asking us. He's been dealing directly with Ryan and working through a lot of the details. We went through a whole design set of under drain systems, and Ryan wanted us to relook at a couple things, and we completely redesigned the system. We do have to maintain all the water on site. We do have a debris flow. We're very aware of that. And there are some parameters that we're having to deal with on the east side. There's about a 4-foot difference between the property to our east and where we're at. They're at least 4 feet higher than we are. So, we're working with everybody as closely as we can. Spoken to Greg Back with the Glenwood Springs Fire Department regarding access. It was determined that we didn't need to have access there, that they could reach everything with a hose. And we will be sprinklering these buildings as well, which is a requirement. Let's see, question came up about ADA requirements. State statute, if I remember correctly, and I'm doing 24 townhomes down in Newcastle, you don't hit that criteria for having to have an ADA compliant unit until you reach 8. Once you reach 8, then you have to have one for, I think it's every 8. And that's it. That's a state statute. International code is different than state statute in Colorado. So getting held to the fire on some of that. So I'm aware of that. Let's see. Zone spoke about that. Water retains parking. You talked about parking in the turnaround area, turnaround space. Again, engineering's looked at all of this. They're very comfortable with the ability to access the parking turnaround areas and things like that. And I think there was, I think you also, Carolyn spoke about impervious uses of pavers and things like that. I would tend to, and I would have to, I'm not an engineer, just like Emery said. I'm just an architect, and I would tend to say that would probably defeat some of what the debris flow and the geotechnical report states. So we would probably have a little bit of a difficult time meeting that criteria and being able to use that. So I think other than that, I will say too that I've got another client on the corner of Blake and 23rd that has contracted with me as well to do something similar to this. They're gonna do multifamily there. So in reference to Pete Waller's comments about the neighborhood being single family, there's already some multifamily there. The other thing I want to say about stucco, and there is stucco in the Bennett townhomes, and there's also a stucco house when you go down Blake and turn into the Bennett townhomes. There's a stucco house there as well, stone and stucco. So other than that, I'll be more than happy to answer any questions that you have.
Great, thank you. Joey?
I tend to agree with Carolyn that the stucco seems good as a secondary material. What would you guys use if we made a recommendation to incorporate a different material as a primary?
I would consider, you can pull up one of the other elevations, maybe the front and rear. It doesn't matter, just so we can reference it.
And one thing too is if I would add, if the planning and zoning commission is going to make a recommendation or condition for additional material, please be really specific.
Or potentially frame it as the applicant shall work with staff to.
So one alternative would be up in a gable end, like on this elevation here, which is the gable end being mouse work, right? This area would be to maybe do a horizontal, maybe 8-inch hardy board type material up there, which is again a maintenance free. And then we have that same condition on the backside, so we could incorporate something like that into the gable end, the two gable ends, which would break up that stucco mass. You're still going to have a lot of stucco, but that's what everybody's wanting now. Not everybody, but there's a big majority of people want that for the maintenance issue, and it's just got a nice clean look, and if the colors are right, I think it looks great with the combination of everything else. And you saw the sample board, so you get an idea of the earth tones and what the intent is with it.
Yeah, so I have a question on that. Maybe I interrupted you.
Well, you do.
I was just gonna ask on the colors on the stucco. I was just gonna follow up with you.
Yeah, they're just very reminiscent. These whole buildings are very reminiscent of in Castle Valley as you're driving up the road. On the left-hand side, they're just these big, massive buildings that are stucco that I think are fairly unattractive and of course, this is a comment, but that maybe don't belong in the neighborhood.
Yeah, and my question is kind of a follow-up on that. My eyes weren't good enough to see under color board of what's where. So is the stucco all one color?
The field is a lighter brown, and then the trim around the windows is a raised stucco, and it's a darker color.
Is there like where those lines are, where the center line between floors, is that a ledger board or anything to kind of break up? I mean, and to their points, it seems like it's a big mass of one color, I guess that's kind of what my question is.
I understand what you're saying. I don't necessarily agree with it because, like I said, I've got a stucco home, and it's a 4,500 square foot stucco home with stone accents. I think it's beautiful, and everybody that comes to look at my house thinks it's beautiful.
Yeah, no,
so it's a personal preference, I think, at that point. The reason I have no idea why it's not an acceptable material.
Yeah, I have no issue with stucco. That's not my thing. I'm just kind of. And I understand you got the mass things, all of that's happening, how you're coming back and forth. That's all. That's only my question. I kind of like breaking up your gable, like you said, with the hardy board. But
you got light in the field and dark around it. You don't want to mix it. There is an option. We could integrate another color of stucco, but 3 colors is a little much. Can I say something?
Yeah, just state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Stanley Bartolomejchuk. I live in this city 27 years, and I have 26 years construction license. And I built not too many houses, but every year or every couple years. But this building we have planned build and keep it to my daughter because she come back to us from the Denver area with kids. But anyway, I built house where I live right now, and my neighbor have a cheap stucco on cement and color. You guys believe it or not, trust me, 55% more gas cost. You know, I put very good 1 inch foam stucco over, 6 inches, 2x4s and very good isolation. And he's not believe it. My wife showed for him receipt, same square feet house. That's why we very like stucco, because that's not only, isolation, inside between 2x6, but also isolation, extra isolation. Now, very expensive cost, all heating,
It is a very efficient application, number one. Number two, in the city of Glenwood, we're not using a lot of the energy codes that everybody else is using. And it does meet a lot of the energy codes that were required in a lot of the other municipalities.
And I'm say something else. Hannah, she know my project, last project on West Glenwood. And we last year, 1 year and a half, I'm finished 13 condo. Some center units, not even 20% pay, heat compared site units. I put, that was church, very big wall, plus I put extra 1 inch isolation. So, some people very surprised where they lived before compared now, 30, 40 bucks pay for electric. We have, cooling, every units have cooling private, But anyway, very important is put good stock. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Seeing none, we should open up for public comment.
Just one
Oh.
second. We do have a legal representative here too. Terry would like to just say a couple things.
Okay.
My name's Eric Tiley. I'm an attorney for the owner. I realize it's 9 o'clock at night. Nobody wants to hear an attorney yap on, so I'm gonna keep this very quick. I just wanted to kind of in summary, just restate a little bit from the staff report. There's kind of, I think there's 3 criteria that Emery talked about as far as approval here. Whether this meets the zoning, this falls in the residential high density zoning district. I know there's some single family homes in the areas, but this is specifically allowed. It meets all of the code requirements as the staff report has indicated. And most importantly, it's in line and it's compatible with the comprehensive plan's objectives for this area and for Glenwood's growth. It is promoting long-term sustainable, diverse economic development. It's directing development to locations and building forms that are cost-effective to serve. It's providing housing opportunities to the entire community. This is a need for Glenwood Springs, and it's supporting social diversity within a zoning that's allowed in this area. And I think that for those reasons, I think that since those 3 criteria are clearly met, I think the approval is warranted.
Thank you. Okay, anybody from the public like to come forward and comment, please? State your name and address for the record, please.
My name's Lisa. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name's Lisa Wilson. I live at 2312 Bennett Court in the townhomes that are to the south of this project. First of all, I just want to I have one question for the developer. Are you the gentleman owned the place in 2007? You own that property? So forgive me, but I've been waiting 3 hours and I really want to tell you something personal. The house to the west of this development, 618 23rd, was in my family for 50 years, nearly 50 years. My husband and I, I'm sorry. My husband and I lived in that home for 35 years. And in 2007, when this project was proposed, it was quite different. It was 4 units. It wasn't 5. I know that doesn't make any difference to you now, based on what Emery said at the very beginning, but it caused enough sadness that my husband and I moved and we bought a house on Lincolnwood. on the other side of the hospital. We rented our place, and in 2008, the recession happened. I don't know why the developer didn't continue with the plan that had been approved. I'm assuming it's the recession, but my son bought our home several years ago. He just sold it last year. So again, that home's been 50 years. I think that, yes, it meets all of the criteria that the city has outlined. But I think if a developer, and I'm very naive about this, my husband was Ken Wilson, he's a surveyor. He passed away 5 years ago. So I find myself in a very interesting position because when he passed away, I needed to move and I bought one of the townhomes behind my home that I had for 50 years. So it's a really interesting position to be in because once again, I'm looking at this piece of property. If a developer can ask for a variance, why can't a city council say, yes, you meet the criteria, but we're going to also tell you that you need to have more landscaping or you need to have a lower density, to have a wider driveway. I don't understand why we can't be looking at that. As far as the stucco goes, I'm in complete agreement with Councilwoman White and Sipperly that a mixture, because our townhomes, the ones across from me, the older ones that have been there 10 years longer, do have stucco and they look nice, but there's division, there's other materials in that. I was quoted in the paper in 2007 on the original proposal that Mr. Jordan drew, that it looked like a La Quinta. And this looks like a La Quinta. It still does. It's the whole massiveness of it. And the stucco is a huge issue. Think about it. That's what motels and hotels are used. That's what's used. Would you also, my notes are all over the place. I wasn't even going to talk tonight. Would you, as city council, like to be on the east side of this and have that deck that's not really supposed to be there, but they're going to use that as one of the 5 criteria? Looking at your house? I don't think so. This is really emotional for neighbors. And I know you have all of the letters, but Martin Mata is the one who is most impacted by this in this proposal as far as the townhomes that I am now the HOA president of. He's an architect and he talked about the 4-foot retaining wall, and that if you bring that up, though you think about that the headlights and everything, they're going to come right into the side of his building. So at the very least, he is asking, and we all are asking for mitigation as far as a fence on their side. While it may not be there now, we request that it be there, and more landscaping. And I agree completely about the parking.
I'm
And
sorry, I'm going to ask you to wrap it up. We're supposed to stick to a 3-minute minimum or maximum. So if you don't mind, if you could.
okay, I think you get the point. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Go ahead.
Okay. 13 or 14 years before, when I buy this property, I think for future. Same time when I buy this property, because zoning, my family, we pay lease. Because we pay more like $500,000 this time before recession. We pay lease 130, 140 more because zoning. When I'm looking property, I'm looking what kind of zoning I wanted. And I know build before because came recession. Thanks God, I'm no bankruptcy. If I start build same time after city proof me, that maybe I'm bankruptcy. But anyway, before was proof for almost 7,000 square feet. Right now, we wanted 5,000 square feet. Anyway, my neighbor who today no come to this meeting, who buy west of building, I spoke to him few days before, he's with me. He's agree because, and he knows that he's paid for you family or you cousin, no matter for me, lot of money. And he knows like house no worth it west from me if have zoning R1, but worth it because he's smart person from Texas. He knows sooner or later he's do same thing like I'm do. If we live in this city or another city, if we want to buy something like not residential, we watch it. What kind zoning, what kind neighbor we have it. If we make money or we not make money. One times more, person who buy from her family, he knows like zoning need pay much more. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you.
And I'm very like it, this city. I'm from Chicago. Right now, my neighbor buy property behind my motel. I no complain. They have plan, build storage. I came with my architect, with attorney. We no complain. We respect people. We respect neighbor who next door. But thank you for city, follow rules. That's why nice city, because people follow rules and respect each together. Everybody from this city who know me a little bit, very like me, and I'm like, and I have respect and people respect. We no do nothing, which one we no follow rules. This project I have planned build and keep it. And my daughter come back from Denver area to ours with kids, and she have planned take 1 or 2 units because couple kids, and please respect my plan. Thank you very much.
I have another public comment just for everyone. So this is a public comment. I'm just gonna hand this out to everybody. This was received today via email, so that's why it's not in your packets. It is from Scott Keegan, who lives at 708 23rd Street. So yeah, it's in your packets. So just let everyone has it. And then again, there were the additional public comments that were part of the packet.
Okay, are there more comments virtually? No more comments? Okay. Well, we'll close the comment or the public portion then. And bring it back up to us, guys. And guess we can entertain a motion for planning file 6721 minor site architectural plan, 702 23rd Street. And we are the reviewing and deciding body for action item, one action item. And staff is recommending approval.
Okay. Okay, I'll make a motion to, so we can have conversation here. I'll make a motion to approve planning file 6721, minor site architectural plan. Given action 1 in the staffing report and the staffing recommendation and findings and conditions on page 12 and 13 of the staff report.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. And Open for discussion. Pete?
It's a tough one, for me, somewhat. I mean, I understand, the neighbors and, there was great comments that came in, I think, engineering, how I kind of understand that the variances that for me, and I was builder for 20 years, I did this kind of stuff. And so it's, you're changing that use, but I think if Terry kind of went through and Ryan talked at it to approve both of those variances, I mean, to me, I kind of go with that, even though maybe I would struggle with that some individually, but that's Terry's job, and I mean, that's their job of what they do. So I'm kind of with that. One thing I kind of think seems like does need to be in there is the higher fence, something more in the back, minimal cost for them. I mean, not any big thing. And then I guess the one other thing I do kind of struggle with, and I don't know if it's in our bandwidth or not, but is just the field color all being one field color. I mean, that's kind of, but I mean, the massings, all of that is all good. But I mean, those are kind of my three things that I kind of toss out there to get things started.
Good. Joy?
I would just echo the same thing. I would like to see some extra fencing. I mean, it seems to me very difficult for us to deny the application. It meets all the standards. It meets zoning criteria. It's just, there's no real good way for us to deny it. But I think if we can control some of the elements that maybe are upsetting some of the community members, then hopefully we're doing our best to insulate them a bit more. And I would like to see the building materials broken up, and whether that be, I understand maintenance is a very, is being brought up time and time again, but I don't always feel like the materials used for maintenance are always the best looking. But I would like to see the stucco broken up, and then just that fence as well. So however, I'm not sure how we would accomplish that. Maybe just add that to our conditions, that the applicant work with staff to increase the height of the fence and come up with an acceptable secondary material or primary. I don't know if we would have the stucco be, broken up in a different. I'm not really crazy about just the gabled areas being the secondary material. I think it doesn't address the large, massive stucco on the building.
Joey, are you talking, so I see one wall on the property to the east, the 2 to 3 foot stone wall. Is that correct?
Correct, that's existing.
And then there's, that's existing.
That's on the, it's actually on the other property, but it's there.
Okay. So just to be clear, where are you proposing fences?
Talking about the south side, aren't they?
So I'm gonna share my screen and just bring up that image again. And so, can everybody see?
Yeah.
Okay, so again, so the applicant here, they are using the landscaping, this is one of the options, which again, fencing is also an option for the screening requirement when parking is located in the rear setback. So if Planning and Zoning Commission would like to see the fence be used to meet this requirement, that's certainly, Jen, correct me if I'm wrong, you can include that as a condition that you would like them to use a different method to meet that requirement. And then if so, again, you might want to indicate like how tall that fence would be. 6 feet would be the maximum.
Yeah,
I think if I could, that, they're proposing something that we think meets the standard. So what you could do is ask the applicant if they would be willing to switch out.
Would you be willing to do the fence?
We'd be willing to do the fence, and I would suggest maybe a 4-foot fence, which should be high enough to keep the lights from shining over into the neighbor's yard or into the. townhomes.
Can we have both the fencing and landscaping, or is there not room for both?
Well, we'll have fencing and we'll have the rock retaining there, and I'm sure we'll still have some landscaping. It may not just be as dense as what it is right now.
So Brad, what is the whole height of that? I mean, if it, so from the parking place, because I mean, I got a 3/4 ton truck, you know?
Right.
My lights sit up high and
And we're higher than the property to the south. So we've got this
so
retaining
you're
wall.
higher than them to
Yeah, but
begin with.
we're gonna have the rock retaining, which is gonna go from 2 to 4 foot maximum in the corner. And then we'll have a 4-foot fence at a minimum, unless you want us to do something bigger.
So that would be like 6 feet. That would be what you have then between the
Yeah, but I mean,
retaining wall and the fence. Is that what
This
you're
is
saying?
4 feet. Your lights are higher than that on your truck?
I'm a short guy.
I know you are. I remember.
What would be the peril of doing a 6-foot fence?
I'm sorry?
What would be the peril? What would be the downside of doing 6 foot?
Nothing, just the height, just more cost. I mean, we're already willing to bow down to some things, and I was thinking 4 foot would be adequate. I don't think I'd do 5 just because of material, but either 4 or 6.
Right. And maybe appeasing the neighborhood is worth the extra cost.
I mean, if that's the desire of PNC, then that's what we'll do.
I would suggest it be sort of a U shape to sort of enclose that whole back parking area too.
There's currently a fence on the west side. The neighbor on the west has got a fence.
But that's the neighbor, and who knows what happens with that. I mean,
Well, yeah, and I'm sure we'll be working with them. The one on the east side would be difficult because, and it's got a fence, plus he's got a 4-foot offset in height there. So we're gonna be looking at a fence there, a 6-foot fence plus 4 feet of difference. So he's got 10 feet of height there that we're dealing with.
on the east side,
East side.
but the west side.
The west side, he's got, I think it's a 6-foot fence on the west.
Can I say something? Question to you guys. No problem from east side to put fence, but if city asks for us 7.5 foot easement,
Right.
maybe better
That would be
for
a
us
problem.
and for neighbor and for city if no fence. You know, because they anyway they 3 or 4 foot higher compared from my property. You know, if city, because that's going what sewer line, correct? Going on this area, sewer line. That's early or later city need entry to this you know area. That's why they want an easement.
Good point.
Good point. Yeah. Thank you. And one more thing, all new construction in Glenwood area. I know very well person who work in city, number one boss from who do electricity. All electricity going underground 3-4 feet. Because we have post in corner where now electricity going to building. Future we need to under, you know.
Good.
Yeah.
I would propose a fence, if you can see that, the fence from this corner all the way to the outside of this parking space. Because that's where the lights are gonna come in through down the drive and then pulling into these parking spaces. Those are gonna be probably the most offensive for lights. And then that still gives us plenty of room over here. We need 7.5 feet over here for the easement. And there's really no reason to fence this area unless that's just an area.
Where
that
does
you
the
want us to
easement
fence.
run, Brad? Where does easement run on that?
The length of the
East.
property.
Length of
The length of the
from
property on
front
the
to back.
south?
The east.
Oh, on the
Yeah.
east. Okay.
It's right there.
Okay, so then that,
Jim, please.
So this is allowed in this zoning district. It's been established in the immediate vicinity or in this area, the same type of use. And within the comprehensive plan, we are intending to bring people together, not divide them. So not to say I would be against a fence, but the higher you go, the more you create an enclave and block people out. So I would err more on the side of looking at aesthetics and landscaping and avoiding the fence, because although I'm listening to everybody, the email and your presence this evening, understand what happens when people walk away from this, when we're all said and done, when the new owners or tenants come on board, and there's animosity already in place because of something that was intended to separate out. This isn't a heavy intensive use. This is a higher density use that other people are enjoying in this surrounding area. So it's.
And again, that might be a good reason to use a 4-foot high fence instead of a 6-foot high fence. I can't see over a 6-foot high fence. You can. I can't. Pete can't. You can see over 4-foot fence. So 4-foot fence visually at least allows you to see for quite a ways, where a 6-foot fence is going to give you that closed off effect that Jim's talking about in my mind.
Carolyn.
Regarding the landscaping and fence, I do believe that it's important to protect the south-facing aspect of the parking from shining those lights into the adjacent property. I see very few plantings shown on this drawing, so I'm in favor of a 4-foot fence running most of the width of the back of the property, understanding that there's a need for the sewer easement to remain. The property to the downhill side, the west, perhaps we can make sure that there's some agreement between this property and the adjacent property to have a fence there in perpetuity.
And it's real hard to see them in this drawing because of all the hatching, but that's a evergreen. That's an evergreen. That's an evergreen. That's an evergreen.
Yeah,
That's an evergreen. And there's 2 more right here.
Okay.
So there's 7 evergreens and 7 deciduous plantings in that area.
Yeah, but there's 6 parking
So
spots.
it's very dense. It just doesn't show up as well. It's-
Plantings from the plan or existing trees that will be retained.
Those are all new plantings.
Okay. So none of the trees on the backside, I'm looking at a map aerial view, or quite a few trees there. So none of those will be retained.
They're all scrub stuff.
Oh, to amend that, I also agree with encouraging, well, requiring the applicant to work with staff to minimize the amount of one color stucco. I think even some variations in stucco on the building mass would help bring it down. Introducing some other materials, perhaps primary materials, I think would bring this building down to a scale that relates more to the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. Any more comments? One thing I really like about this is that the parking is in the back, and something that we've tried to encourage in the past. So it's keeps the building toward the front of the street, and that's what you see. You don't see a bunch of cars. And so I think that's a benefit to this project. And having built and lived in a stucco home, I'm certainly not going to say that it's a bad product, because it has served me very well from a maintenance standpoint and installation standpoint. So I'm not that hypocritical. So if we have no other comments, we'll.
So a question I have, so with the motion that's on the floor, with the motion that's on the floor, so, I mean, we talked about a 4-foot fence. I mean, let's say that's kind of what we've come to, as a 4-foot fence that runs kind of what Brad pointed out there to the end of that last parking spot.
To the 7.5 foot setback.
Right, exactly. Well, or do we run to the 7.5 foot setback, or he talked about running it to that last parking spot. I don't know, but anyway, do we need to amend that in the, is that something that we're recommending, Jen, or is that something we can put as a condition into what we want to say?
So you have a condition, the owner shall comply with all verbal representations made in the public hearings as outlined in all application materials and or as revised by conditions herein and approved by the community development director. So I think if the applicant agrees that a 4-foot fence for the length, excluding the sewer easement, is acceptable, I think that has been made on the record. And then I don't know that the applicant has addressed the desire for the changes in the color of the stucco, but maybe the applicant, maybe Mr. Jordan could do that.
or not.
Hey, Brad.
I'm already thinking about tomorrow and how to make the stucco, how to break up the mask. I understand the commentary on it. That's what we want. Okay, so the suggestion is maybe a darker color on the bottom, a lighter color on the top. Then we have to deal with, a band that's going to separate that color. At what point do we not get too crazy with the colors and it starts looking like circus?
Yeah, yeah, you're a smart guy, Brett.
I
You've
know.
done a lot of stuff, and you can even use EVIS and pop out, 2 inches instead of 1 inch or whatever kind of. I'm not saying here's how to do that. I trust you guys.
Could be a
but-
control joint too.
Yeah, it could be a control joint. Yeah, it
Yeah,
could be different kind of things. But I guess to Jen's thing, that if that's something that you agree to look at a break and that.
I'd be more than happy to work with staff and come up with something that.
And I know you would make it look beautiful however you did
Well,
it.
do my best. No guarantees on anything anymore. Because what's beautiful to you is not beautiful to me. We have a long history.
Emery, you said to be or Jen, you said to be very specific about material if we wanted to see something different.
Yes.
So I guess my question to the commission is, would you guys rather see a different color, or would you rather see the hardy board in the gabled areas? As
Maybe we leave that choice to them, so they do have options. But a color variation of a certain percentage or.
I feel that just putting a different material in the gable area is not gonna reduce the scale of the building to more relate to the adjacent properties. It's way up there, and like the public comment said, it is similarly treated to lots of transient hotel style buildings.
I'll respectfully disagree.
So I think just using a different material in the gable ends would be not sufficient. I think at minimum, we would need at least one other major color, and I'm not opposed to it also being stucco. But I think better, it could be even a different material.
So I pull up the front elevation from 23rd Street. I think they had a brainstorm all of a sudden.
You could potentially
So-
have add a condition that the applicant work with staff to break up the massing in either in color or material, subject to approval by the community development director.
So here's a suggestion too, just to throw it out there. So we've got the center mass here with the gable end. And then we've got the two offsets on each side, which step back. And that center mass, what if we were to do that with, say, a hardy board and trim it out, trim the windows out, and that comes out and then goes back to an inside corner. So we've got a different material completely on that. So something along those lines might be more amenable.
That's a start. I like that.
Yeah.
And that's that center north facing section.
Yeah, it's
I like
this area, this whole area right here,
Yeah.
from the stone up into the gable end.
Yeah.
So the whole
And
mass.
back to the other walls.
And then, yeah.
And
wrap
it turns
right
in, so
back
it's an
into-
inside corner.
And then you're picking it up on different perspectives, not
I like
just
that.
looking straight on at the building.
Right.
I think that's huge. Yeah.
Everything we
great.
do, I try and die into inside corners so that.
Yep.
That's why they have architects.
It's a
So this-
struggle, isn't it?
So this
You
takes
guys
care
like-
of your, sorry. So this takes care of your maintenance issue about separating horizontally.
Yeah.
And then now you're talking about sections. You've got this dark, this light.
And that'll look better than trying to separate it horizontally in my mind.
Well done.
So that's what we're doing?
And
That's what we'll do.
so I guess I like that, and I like though Jen's wording that the detail you worked out with staff, as you do your beautiful stuff that you do with the intent that we're kind of talking about. I think that sounds good, Fred.
Should we ask for clarification and direction, not on colors or materials, but should we ask for a darker color up front or lighter, or leave that to them?
We leave it to them.
Sounds good.
I'd leave it to them.
Because the color of the hardy board will be different than the color of the stucco.
So
I want flowers painted on it.
What's that?
I want
Don't turn up your hearing aid. Bro. So let me just kind of, so the, well, no, I'm not changing the motion, right? Or do I need to, I mean, because we talked about this, that we've accepted it in the verbal thing.
But I think I also heard that there was a desire for there to be a review. So I think what you could do is add an additional condition that the applicant work with staff to break up the massing in either color or material as to be approved by the community development director.
Okay.
Do we need to add language about the fencing?
I think that's covered in the representations made.
Okay, so I'm gonna have an additional condition to the conditions that Emery's done already, which is for the applicant to work with staff to break out their massing, color, and or materials for a final product.
Amber did. Okay. So we have an amended motion and second on planning item 6721. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll call the question for action item 1. Planning file 6721 minor site architectural plan for 702 23rd Street.
For planning item 6721, the motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, 2 more.
We're not gonna be.
I know.
This last one's good.
You mean the second one? Just which knowing this could take us to 10 o'clock. Well, I'm wondering if we should. I mean, these people have been here
What did they say? They hand us.
10 o'clock. We can't start a new one.
Right. So what were our rules? When we get rid of the things?
I'm looking right now.
Yeah, 'cause this is-
Which is, yeah, not gonna happen.
If we could get into it and then continue when we get how far we get. I think
I
that's
mean, they've been here, so we really need to honor their
Or
presence.
if they want to, you could ask them. If they want to do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chicago.
You're very kind.
What? Oh, well.
So I think Hannah may have said this, but this is what it says. The meeting shall not continue past 11 p.m.
That's what she said. She's talking.
Okay. And no agenda item may be taken up after 10 p.m. So
I mean, I'm okay.
Did you break it out?
That's kind of what we thought.
Okay, all right.
We had a couple potty break people.
Oh, yes. Okay. I like Jerry, generally not Not sure if I'm a, but I think unofficially, yeah. Beyond 10. Yeah, but so much.
Oh, okay. I will.
And I'm surprised.
So I'll have a short one that I'll kind of run through the services right in line.
Yeah. So there used to be more here.
Yeah.
It's pretty chambers. Okay.
What is this?
So no agenda items unless. So if you did want to see our entire sequence, I know you could, but it can also.
Well, this item is going to last.
I plug it in. It's not seeming-
They also have other items on the agenda besides that. So, to start.
Yeah, I use it on.
They're on. Like this copy kind of. They don't say this copy.
No, I'm saying.
I'm pretty sure.
No, I mean, if we're going to stop the dead stream. Yeah, other items.
I mean, I'll look it up, nothing's.
So it's just this much.
But the comments on that.
Right. No.
Of course, we hear them until 11, and then you have to figure out that. Yeah. Okay.
So. What we do, what are doing now? Are you excluding? No, yes, we carry. Oh, we have to look. So just. Oh, for Grover guys, we have to know.
I trust Terry.
Did you say you were? So.
It happened once. I never got it.
Oh, I bet.
So worst case scenario is I can share it for you and tell me when this goes.
I had to start services. But it also turned out to be. Yeah, they were, so they were. And you'll still see like we're still like 10 years. But had not know that. Oh,
It's public comment.
I was thinking back to some days.
Sure. You are.
Okay. Emery, you're on again. Oh, wait a minute.
All right, so this is, I'm Emery Ellingson, planner with City Glenwood Springs. This is planning file 6921, a minor site and architectural plan for 2525 South Grand Avenue. So again, this is another minor site and architectural plan for the construction of 17 townhomes. So for this type of application, Planning and Zoning Commission is the reviewing and deciding body. The applicant is North Mountain Properties LLC. The owners, the Rivers LLC. The property is zoned commercial. Surrounding land uses are commercial to the north and south and east, along with some residential. And to the west, you have the Roaring Fork River. The entire site is about 2.6 acres. And the area of disturbance where this actual development would be located is about 53,000 square feet. So again, similar to the previous item, there is one action item, and that is consider the application. Staff recommends approval with suggested findings and conditions on pages 13 and 14 of the staff report. Again, you have the same actions available: approve, approve with additional conditions, deny, or continue item. Again, same criteria we're talking about as previous, actually 2 applications. So kind of a project summary. So again, 25 grand. Site that was previously the Rivers Restaurant. So you can see there in the aerial. And the applicant is proposing the development of 17 for sale townhomes across 3 buildings. 2 of the buildings, which will be along the Roaring Fork River, will be 6-unit buildings. And then a 3rd building, which will be closer to Grand Avenue, will be a 5-unit building. And then here below is just the breakdown of the units from the staff report. So the majority of the units will be 3 bedrooms with at least 2 bathrooms, between 1,900 and 27 square feet approximately, with all of the parking for each unit underneath, tuck under garage. So again, that's the summary of the project. Just again, this is what the area looks like. This is the zoning. So this is zoned commercial, which is all of that kind of magenta color. Farther to the south, you have mixed use commercial. And if you go across the river, you have condo residential, which is actually a PUD. And then there's also the senior living facility kind of down towards the south. So that's what's surrounding it. And then also too, to note, 2512 Grand is a development that was approved for a minor site plan in November for 20 units. And that would be across the street. And so again, this is the same image with the zoning pulled off. So you can just kind of see, again, it is a mix of commercial and residential. And then of course you have the river. Again, just some more photos facing south, west, north, and east from the property. Again, the west photo, that's the actual property seeing across the river. This is the site plan. So again, you can see the 3 building units with parking. You can see the dotted lines for parking in each unit with the guest parking area located here. It is a one-way access. This will be the entry and this will be the exit. And again, sidewalk along Grand. The next page is a code summary. So again, it meets all code requirements. There are no variances requested. One item which I would like to call out, it's my bad. I did not interpret the storage requirement correctly. For a multifamily development, you have to have 1 cubic foot per every 3 square feet of gross floor area, which was something that it will be required. The applicant can provide the numbers on that. But again, meeting a code requirement such as that would be a condition of approval. And there is, in the floor plans indicated, there is additional storage. But again, just wanted to call that out, that it is one item that would need to be confirmed and is a condition. Just another thing too is I just wanted to talk about, so this project does meet requirements for building height, and the way code measures building height, if you can see in the images below, is it's taken from finished grade to, you might have top of a flat roof, midpoint of a gable, But again, it's kind of taken from, if you can see where the finished grade is. So it isn't necessarily the largest span of height. It's going to be taken from finished grade. So you might have some areas of the project that are below grade, and from the top of the roof, that may be a different height. Which again, you can kind of see here in the arrow, which again, everything is under the 40. So this is for that first unit here, measured per code. And then again, as the townhomes, as you go on the width of the townhomes horizontally, the vertical grade changes. So you are going to have some differences, but it always is beneath that 40. And this is just an example of one of the townhomes groups, but they all kind of follow that similar pattern, meeting the building height. And then again, just another item is the planting strip. Typically a planting strip would be required, which again would be, you'd have your road, landscaped area, sidewalk. There already is an existing sidewalk here, and so the director may waive this requirement based on existing conditions, as long as the landscape elements define the edge of the property. This is just a rendering. You can also see it in the site plan. There's going to be a 13-foot sidewalk, again with sufficient landscaping to really kind of define the property edge and where that property starts. So that would be something that staff felt that meets the requirement here. Again, it meets parking. That number is wrong. It should be 38, which again, the requirement is 30 spaces. So it meets the requirement, 31 spaces, excuse me. Again, most of the parking is accommodated with garages in the unit. And then the surface parking is for guest parking, meeting those requirements. Access and circulation, like I said, it is a one-way entry and exit pattern, and fire department was okay with this design as well. And then another thing which is kind of unique for this property is being along the river. Site development standards allow for what's called a public fisherman's easement to be requested and included as a portion of the required parkland dedication. So anytime you develop a piece of property, you have to either dedicate land to parkland or pay a fee in lieu of. So this will reduce that parkland dedication fee amount by that square footage. And then also, just so you are aware, this has not been confirmed, but the city is in discussion about possibly maybe dedicating, because this property actually goes into the Roaring River. So there could potentially, pending like further discussion between legal department and the applicant, maybe dedicating even more of the property towards that parkland requirement, which doesn't really change the site design or anything. It would just make a difference in what development fees are paid by the applicant pending approval. And again, so this another code requirement is community housing. So the requirement is that 20% of all units shall be deed restricted, resident occupied. So again, to someone that lives within zip code 81601. And there's other requirements being met there. And then 10% shall be deed restricted to incomes no higher than 100% AMI. And so the applicant proposes a total of 4 units, which meets the requirement. 3 of those will be resident occupied housing, meeting that requirement. And then 1 will be deed restricted to incomes no higher than 100% AMI. And this unit will be required to be one of the 3-bedroom units. And that's because the majority of the units here are 3-bedroom units. So if there's going to be one that's deed restricted, staff felt that it should be also a 3-bedroom unit, since that most accurately represents what the development is, being the majority. And so again, complies with all code standards. Second part is, again, consistency with comprehensive plan goals. You can see here meets a lot of the similar ones as the other 2 we discussed today. Direct development, infill, again, providing housing opportunities for the entire community. We'll have 4 community housing units. Also address transportation. This isn't close enough to need a request. It's not, excuse me, let me start over. It's not close enough to the 27th Street station to qualify for a parking reduction, but realistically, it is close enough where if you lived here, you would be able to easily access that. So that's something with the comp plan. Reviewing agencies, so engineering department. And again, so when we receive these, engineering department will have its list of comments that need to be revised. That doesn't necessarily mean for minor site plan approval. That would be for final plans approval. So engineering department, has provided comments, has reviewed the project. And again, everything would have to meet engineering standards. Applicant has submitted grading plan, drainage letter, geotechnical report. Public Works, electric, again, a lot of technical details on utility locations, and then fire department indicated nothing would inhibit their ability to serve the property. No public comments were received. I did have one individual who wanted to see floor plans. I think they're interested in maybe buying something. And then again, so at summary, there's one action item. It's to consider the minor site plan for 17 townhome units. Staff recommends Planning and Zoning Commission approval with findings and conditions on pages 13 and 14 of the staff report. And then again, your action options, and then also the criteria, which staff feels it meets 1, 2, and 4, with 3 not being relevant. So.
Excellent. Thanks, Emery. Questions for staff, Joy?
Sorry. The 10-foot fisherman easement, I'm assuming that's only gonna be accessed by the river, that there would be no path to that because you can't disturb.
Correct, and that's kind of the idea that the fishermen needs no access from there.
Right.
Be public access to the property down there.
And then do we know where that 35-foot mark is from the high flood?
Correct. That's where it starts. Yeah, so yeah. Do you see the kind of gray? Well, not the gray, this dotted line right here. That's 35-foot high water mark of the Roaring Fork.
Oh,
River.
wow.
So that's 35 foot
So,
vertical.
excuse me, 35 is the setback.
I mean, horizontal.
The setback.
That's a-
So
From-
some of
from
those
the high water.
abut right up to that mark.
Well, to be clear, so it's the setback from the high water mark. So here's
Right.
the river, here's your high water mark, and then there's a 35 foot
Yeah,
setback.
35.
But essentially you can't disturb that land, right? The 35 feet.
Pete?
So on that, from the high water mark, and I'm a boater, so I float by there all the time. It's a wave at the people on the deck up there at the rivers all the time. They throw spears. So I'm hoping that there's can do that. But anyway, so for landscaping, and I know you did, I mean, first off, your package was excellent. You know, it was very thorough, so I thought it was great. But as you come down there, a couple questions I would have. One is, I know there's hillside preservation and you're going down that slope pretty darn good, you know, as you're building, and this might be more of a question for the applicant, I don't know, later on, but I know engineering and everybody went through that to make sure stability of slope and all that stuff is nailed, and that's one part of the question. Then the other is from landscaping. I know there's a bunch of trees and stuff, you know, tamarisk and crappy stuff that's down there. Is there anything that's going to be put down there, or is the landscaping mostly focused in the parking area and towards the front of the property?
Yeah, so the landscaping would be, you know, what's provided kind of like in the parking area, you know, in these kind of common areas of the development. This is just, you know, outside of, you know,
Just
kind of
open
mentioned
space,
where you have the
kinda.
limits of disturbance is that 53,000 square feet. And then kind of the remainder of the site is just sort of left. I mean, 'cause there's quite a bit of it that isn't really.
But it's
part of the
cutting into that
development.
hillside pretty good to the 35-foot setback from the high water mark, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, and then, I mean, there was a big package going through for 17 townhomes, it was very good, but there is a whole lot of city comments that I saw mostly in their package, and I might have read them twice, I don't know, going through there. But it looked like from reading their responses, and I'm kind of asking you this, but it looked like they responded to everything in a positive way to work with the city, whether it was public works, engineering, without getting into details. Is that pretty
Correct,
much
yeah.
correct?
Applicant's been working with all the different departments on addressing those concerns and comments.
Yeah, and I'm very excited that it's all for sale. I mean, shoot, I'm trying to think of the last time we saw that. It's pretty amazing. Let me see, hillside preservation. So street screening, I kind of saw that was the one rendering when you showed that picture along South Grand there, right? Yeah, that's,
That's more for, because, so there's already an existing sidewalk, so to ask the applicant.
is that same existing sidewalk that's there already?
Correct, yeah, so that's what you'd be seeing, so to ask, the applicant
And
to
then
rip up the
there's the trees
sidewalk,
and- yeah, I
put in
saw
a
that.
planting strip, and then it kind of just makes more sense to have it defined with landscaping.
Okay, and so is there anything I like that the city's working with on trying to get dedicated property, for the river property. I'm assuming that the property line goes out into the river some way or something like
Yeah,
that.
so the property line would be this right here. So it
Halfway
goes-
out, like the
goes into river
typical.
Quite a bit, yeah.
So, okay, and that's really kind of outside of our bandwidth for us to worry about that, or is that something that's just with the city working that and the applicant?
I'm sorry, I was thinking that there was another question related to the timing. You don't have to vote to extend the meeting. You just can't take up another item after 10 o'clock unless you vote unanimously to do so, but you have to close the meeting by 11 per the new bylaws, which are the old bylaws, mostly, except for the changes that Carolyn helped us make. I'm sorry, Commissioner Waller, could you
So-
repeat
so
the question?
My question was on the process between the city and the applicant on the dedicated property in the river. I mean, which I think that's a good thing. I mean, it's not anything they're gonna use, but I don't know. Is that anything we need to even be concerned about, or is that a separate conversation outside of us?
I think it's, that we are asking for the dedication in the river, and that relates to the reduction of the parkland dedication.
And
fees.
also too, I mean, that was a conversation between the legal department and the applicant, and I'm not sure how far into that discussion they are. Legal said this is something the city would be interested in. Applicant was willing to consider it. And so really, like, whatever amount, if one was decided, the effect it would have would be on ultimately the development fees paid for parkland. So it doesn't really change site design. It would just impact on the applicant's end.
Okay. And
Yeah, I don't think you need to add a condition or anything. I think
Okay,
we're just
yeah,
making
that's
you
my-
aware.
That's kind of my question. So just outside
Can
of
I
us.
just ask directly related to that? How does that benefit the city to have that river dedicated to us? I would think that we would want the fees more than the river.
It came from legal, and I didn't get a whole lot as far as reasoning. It was just communicated that, can you ask the applicant if they'd be willing to have that conversation? And do you know, has Brian talked to anybody? Not yet.
Because no one can develop.
Richard is on
My guess is it's probably related to the 27th Street Bridge.
having that ability.
Okay, and another question I had, and maybe this is the applicant too, I don't know whether traffic engineer was on again, the traffic study was massive, and I was going through it the best I could, but so for me, there was 3 areas that I'm somewhat concerned about, and I'm not really that concerned, but one is the roundabout at 27th Street and South Grand, and then the other at Grand Avenue and 27th, and then at Grand and 23rd. Those were like the 3 areas that because I drive that way, so
Sure, and so that's something too, where engineering department has been working with the consultant that did the traffic report, with kind of some of those concerns and having, what their numbers look like, and engineering reviewing that. And to add to that as well is engineering is also holding the applicant to incorporate. So yes, right now the property across the street is vacant, but engineering department is asking the applicant to incorporate that into their
Into their
numbers as
traffic
well,
study.
and what, and having it all come together. Yeah. And reflect that. Yes, it's vacant now, but we would like to see.
no, that's a good point, because really the one of most concern for me is that one at South Grand and 27th, that the little teeny one, you just kind of close your eyes and go in there. But, okay, that's all.
Good, thanks. Got a couple questions for you. On page 4, first line there about lot standards, 53,716 square foot of disturbance. Just for comparison, do you remember, or as you were looking at the old site and usage, what the square footage of use for that was? And I'm asking just
Feel
to
like
be
that's-
aware of the impact and comparative change.
One second, I can bring up, I'm pretty sure that was included.
If you did that, I missed it.
Previous
Sorry
use?
about that.
On your presentations.
And if you find it the same with the height too.
Sorry, what was that?
And if you find it the same with the structural height. The height.
Oh, compared to,
of-
the
Yeah,
previous.
the
building
previous
for
use
rivers.
compared to this use. I do see that it is supporting the goals of the comprehensive plan. I just wanted to be aware of the difference. The usage.
Actually, you know what? Oh, well, actually, yeah, we can go back to I think the aerial might provide a little bit, I mean, not as an exact number, but you can see, so that's all was previously the heart, the building, parking lot, and then when you compare it approximately to where these homes are, it's a similar footprint, I guess, if you can see in the image.
In total square footage of building.
In building, maybe not, but in developed area.
Okay.
As far as the height,
The new use is higher or lower than the old use?
without having plans for the rivers, I wouldn't be able to say. yes
Okay.
or no.
No problem. And then just for clarification on page 12 of your action alternative. There was no variance connected to this, correct? Second line was to deny the variance.
Page 12,
Yes.
yes, that is a typo.
Okay.
Please ignore that.
That's all right. Thanks.
On actions alternatives, basically the first sentence, it just says deny variance, and it should just say application.
Not on page 12.
Where was that? Where was that? On the
Page 12, action alternatives and staff recommendation. Planning commission may approve, and it goes on to the second line.
Or deny the variance.
Yes, and that should read application.
I thought I heard you say no variance.
You're correct.
Or deny. Here.
Emery, on the drawing that shows, the site plan that shows the river setback and the what is represented by those rectangles? Is that the building footprint or?
The gray shaded rectangles?
Yes,
Yes, so that would be,
that's
yeah,
like the foundation.
the three buildings, and then, oh. I mean, those are the buildings, yes. Yes. Yes.
With no roof overhangs. It's the actual
Correct.
footprint of the building. Okay. Curious how they're going to do that without disturbing. The square footages, do those include the garages? Yes. Snow storage, they talk about 540 square feet. Where is that located?
Sure. So primary area for snow storage will be located in kind of the guest parking area. And per code, so you're allowed to use a certain amount of required parking for snow storage. I believe it's 10%. And then anything extra, you can use as much as you
So
need.
540 would represent
Yeah, so that's the
what,
primary.
3 parking spots or 4? What does that calculate out?
Yeah, four compact spaces. Yeah, so it's kind of shown here. You have these compact spaces right there. So that's what would be used.
Okay, and in terms of the fisherman access to the, and parking, is there designated parking for fishermen that come from elsewhere?
So the easement would only be basically accessible from the river. There wouldn't be like public access.
There's no public access through the property
Through the
to,
site to the easement itself.
so you have to get to the river and then you can have access.
Yeah.
And to that point, there's no clearing, there's no disturbing any of the shoreline. It's just being utilized by people.
Correct, kind of a active area. If you want to go down there.
And I think you touched on this, but it didn't follow very well. How does hillside preservation fall into this? again?
So this is not first off, it's not zone hillside preservation. So we have that whole zoning designation there. But again, then they would be held to any development, not disturbing slopes over 30%, meeting all the requirements kind of from engineering.
So the slope standards don't fall under hillside preservation.
Correct, because they're not necessarily building on those slopes. So it's when you have an average slope of your areas. So if you have your area of limit of disturbance and the average slope within that area is over a certain percentage, that's when it's prohibited. So between the average slope in the limit of disturbance. But again, here you have a lot of these steeper slopes in the area that's undisturbed.
Mhm.
For the most part.
That's surprising. My mind's eye says that's, kind of.
Well, and they are. I mean, they are creating. There is a great difference, but for a lot of that, that's not being disturbed. Which again, engineering has quite a few responses and comments on what would need to be done for construction approvals.
In terms of what?
Meeting grading and foundations.
For drainage purposes?
Yeah, drainage. Yeah, which is, it's not indicated on here, but the way they're draining the site too.
Yeah, because it seems like, techniques, building techniques is a big deal. For, let's say we have one of those monsoon rain kind of things, 3 inches in half an hour and not that bad, but keeping water, mud out of and that was a great picture right there that you just put up. But just keeping mud flow out of the river, and I'm sure that's all engineering has that all covered. I don't know if that's what George is getting at, but that's a thought that I have, but I'm assuming engineering went through all of that in their comments.
Yeah, there's, as you're saying, there's quite a few comments from engineering.
Matt's, yeah, okay.
Okay, any other questions for staff?
I have one other question. We've kind of been on the ADA roll here. So on the parking spaces, and it might be a good thing to add on your little checklist thing under parking. On units and parking, yeah. So you're already over, and I saw you were 42, and then he cut you to 38 for whatever kind of thing, and but 30 is requirement. So how many of those are ADA, or should I hold that for the applicant? Or
One, I think might want to hold that thought because I think we are a little unclear on what those requirements exactly are and how many units. I'm sure the applicant can probably speak a little more to that. Some of these units also do have elevators in them as well. So kind of incorporating accessibility. ADA requirements. All spaces are ADA accessible.
What was that? I didn't hear that.
All spaces are ADA accessible. So
All 17? How many parking spaces?
There's
do you have?
parking spaces, I'm sorry, so all parking spaces are ADA accessible.
Or do you have to have van accessibility or that kind of thing? Anyway.
Yeah, certainly.
But I would say too, I mean, we've touched on it in this meeting, so I think having some clear information on what ADA requirements are as far as units and that applies to our process.
Okay, thanks.
Go back on that.
Okay, seeing, oh, Jim.
Sorry,
No, no worries.
newbie question. So I'm looking at two of the submitted documents. One, okay, so this 269-page application plan is separate from the response. So and what I'm asking about is the engineering department's review. Is that the one I'm looking at here from Matthew Langhorst that chronicles conditions that we're discussing here?
Yeah, so the responses document at the first part of it, it has all the staff comments.
Okay. Page 11.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the applicant has provided all the responses to this is where this is addressed, this is where this is addressed.
So in a general sense, it's impractical for us to ask you to copy and put those here. Rather, we need to be looking at those.
So those types of comments. So when we have, so like on page 13, when we have suggested conditions. So for example, number 5, at the time of final plans review, the owner shall submit all required civil and architectural plans and related reports that demonstrate compliance with code requirements and that engineering standards, including applicable comments provided by staff. So that would be like, that's built into the conditions for if you were to approve it, that's a condition. If the applicant could not meet engineering standards, could not submit required civil and architectural plans, they wouldn't be allowed to submit for building. Gotcha. That's where that kind of all comes together. Thanks.
Okay. Seeing no more green lights, would the applicant like to come forward and present their project?
Can we get our first slide going?
Oh, sorry. I think it's already sharing. So I think we just do this. Okay.
My name's Doug Pratt and I'm with the Land Studio. Thanks for hosting this evening. I know it's kind of late, so we have about 12 slides just to go over and give you kind of maybe a little bit of a graphic overview of the project, so you can kind of get some impression of kind of the three-dimensional qualities, materials, landscape, and all that kind of stuff in a brief presentation. So I know you've seen this before. I just wanted to introduce our team really quickly. Brian Wilson is here with North Mountain Partners as developer of the project. Zach Stevens is here with Move Matters, who's the architect for the project. Nick DeFrank with RE Land is here with move out of the way so you guys can see, as landscape architect for the project. And do we have, we had two folks online to join us virtually. Do you know if J.R. Sprung from JBA is online? And Greg Schrader? Okay, thanks. I'm not sure who's here and who's not. So so that is our team. I'm going to let other folks kind of move in and talk through architecture and landscape architecture and site. But we appreciate your consideration tonight and kind of wrap it up at the end. Thanks.
Zach Stevens, Move Matter Architects. Thank you, Emery, for that introduction, and thank you, commissioners, for hearing us through this, especially late evening. We'll keep it brief, so I'm not going to go point to point for the metrics that Emery described, but essentially this project, this proposal, consists of 17 for sale townhouses on the former Rivers Restaurant property. These units range in anywhere from just under 2,000 square feet to about 2,600 square feet over majority of 3 floors. In total, and it might be a little confusing, 53,000 square feet or gross square feet of building, which is approximately almost the same as the limit of disturbance. So I just wanted to keep those two numbers separate for you. What we want to show tonight is that what we're proposing is hopefully respectful to the qualities of the site, both along South Grand, which has more or less an urban quality, it's commercially zoned, as well as respectfully developing sensitively along the Roaring Fork. What we do want to stress here is that with the the condensed development, the project primarily biased in the northeast corner, as well as centrally located, trying to take advantage of the existing flat conditions of the site and touching only upon the hillside where needed. We're keeping the majority of the site as common open space, as well as having that fisherman's easement, dedicated easement along the river. Along with this compact form, on a previously disturbed infill site, we'll add, we do believe that this is responsibly developing a site that provides opportunity for home ownership to the local population. I want to reiterate that this proposal will contribute 3 deed restricted resident occupied units and 1 3-bedroom unit restricted to at 100% AMI. And I'm sorry, I didn't even go to the next slide where I was supposed to be talking. How do I? There it is. Okay, thank you. Okay. So this is the slide I was talking over, but wasn't there. So this aerial with our project proposal, which is centered and kind of more vibrant or saturated, is within that commercial district. Penrose Plaza is directly to the east across from South Grand. The Roaring Fork is obviously the top of the page with the development further west there. What we do want to stress here is that, again, what we're trying to do is pick up on the 2 qualities of the site, the urban qualities or the street frontage along South Grand Ave, as well as developing more carefully or sensitively to the Roaring Fork bank. Nick, do you want to take this slide and discuss?
Nicholas D. Frank, area land. So here we're looking at the site plan for the proposed project. North, in this case, is to the left. So we've rotated, and you can see the Roaring Fork River is South Grand. One of the big points, just quickly to touch on that streetscape, not only is the sidewalk existing, but it's in a location that is contiguous along South Grand. So we're really just maintaining, that street frontage, and then of course bringing back that, the green buffer along the back side of the walk, which creates not only a canopy, a kind of a softened buffer experience, but also a separation from that building frontage. The entry to the site is on the north end. This is a one-way street, and so it does come in, loop down, and then exit to the south. The small arm to the, a little bit of a lag here, sorry, to the northwest corner of the site, that is a 2-way direction to allow access, and of course it does meet standards for those widths. And I might have misunderstood your question about the parking. So there is no van accessible parking for this, but ADA all slopes, we meet all slopes and grades as far as accessibility. So that's what I was referring to.
Yeah,
earlier.
talking more about widths and that's what it was.
Yeah, we don't have this, so there is no, we didn't meet the threshold to require a van accessible space. However, in the spot here in the most northwest location, that could be used for a van drop off. There is an area that is actually hatched out, pardon me, to allow for just more, I think, ease of movement for residents with those northernmost units. That would allow for drop off as needed. Beyond that, the pedestrian access is located centrally throughout the site. We'll get into that in a second. And then there are 3 areas of kind of passive use. One is right here, allowing for small benched area, tree canopy. Second is over here, we'll call it the lawn area. Again, this is also where we have a series of bicycle racks available with a nice connection to South Grand. Lastly, kind of a passive area as well as kind of the the monument or the signage for the project would be on the south end of the site and with some views overlooking the Roaring Fork. I feel the most exciting portion of the site, nothing against Zach's buildings, of course, but is the courtyard space that actually terraces down the slope. We really worked hard here to not only meet all standards for wall heights and setbacks, but really looking at cut and fill. So there's, we're balancing the cut and the engineering in this section so that folks can get down in a reasonable manner without any majorly invasive work to these slopes. Really being thoughtful. As a local, I know how much we love the Roaring Fork, and being really aware of how can we take the lightest touch to really ensure that it's being thoughtful, these aspects of the project. So that is a series of 3 terraces. The uppermost terrace is ADA accessible, and then it's stair access down to the mid and lower levels. And then there is a stair access at that lowest point right here that gets you down to the shoreline for residents. Before I move on, any questions on the site plan? Anything I skipped over, or any other details you'd like to check in on?
Are those parks up to the south?
On the south end, yeah, sorry, I wasn't more clear about that. I wouldn't call it a park space. It is, so these are turf areas. It's a mix of irrigated turf and then a native grass mix. And then there are some benched areas in this pod right here with some shade, allowing for just, again, like passive use, seating. And then over here, I would consider this more of a landscape buffer where the project signage will exist.
So if you provide access to the shoreline, aren't you in essence disturbing that area?
No, it's not being disturbed. In meeting with, so we met extensively with Rick LaFaro from the Conservancy, and we walked the site a few times, and I really wanted to get into his head and have him give us honest feedback about what he felt comfortable with on the site. And his first comment was, listen, there's a transmission hanging out of this hillside over here. There are multiple remnants of previous development, previous just people offloading things. As part of this, we are cleaning that up. And we're cleaning up also the tamarisks, some of the invasives that we don't want to see down there. And he's a big supporter of that. There is no, people have been moving along this hillside for generations. We expect, moderate use from the local residents, but I think anecdotally to say that there would be any more, even kind of close to what would happen, has happened with the Rivers in the past, the restaurant that is, I would say that we're not expecting that much. Furthermore, since we're getting folks through the use of this terraced courtyard so far down the slope, the connection between the shoreline and that last stair section really greatly reduces the impact there. One other point to make is the steepest section of the hills of the riverside is actually over here. So we've located things to a portion of the site where, although there are some pretty extreme slopes, this is I would say like the easier to navigate. And so we would see less of that degradation from erosion from foot traffic.
So it'll just be a natural path that people take. It's not like you will be creating a path.
Nothing, correct, nothing formal.
Yep. Okay, wonderful.
I was also wondering about the river access from there. It's a very steep slope. I do believe it's in excess of 30%. And I noticed on the building plans that a lot of these lower level rooms have also stairs or doors that go out. So essentially we've got 6, 12 plus the middle section of potential people creating erosion on that bank.
Actually, there are small patios, but those are fenced in. So people do not have individual access.
So only the north building has the access to grade.
No buildings have access to that hillside or the riverside slope. The only access is via the courtyard.
Did that change since earlier? Because I definitely saw stairs going down to grade out the garden levels of these units.
I don't believe, we were in discussions with the city in the beginning where we were talking about providing, or just, what it would look like to perhaps have a shared access. But I don't believe, did we ever have stairs out of the back?
There were
Lower floors.
to Grand
No.
You might be referring to in the exterior elevations along the river. There are balconies shown at the walkout level. We do call it a walkout level. That might also be confusing, but there are balconies. But as you've noted that we're so close to the high water line, we're actually not touching down on the ground. They're just cantilever.
Okay.
So yeah, so there would be no, so all 6 of those units only have that small balcony feature, but no stair access, no pedestrian access, or direct access in any way.
At least if there's only one access through the center part, kind of consolidates that and minimizes erosion. I am aware that there's several areas of erosion already from the storm runoff, and you tend to mitigate that as well.
That is correct. Yeah.
If you could refer back in your mind to the limit of disturbance that Emery was pointing to.
It's very close to the wall.
Yeah, but you can see there are points where actually the limit of disturbance had to go into the high water setback. And that was for the remediation of the existing erosion.
Okay, what else did I have? The turn radius to come on the one way and come into that 2-way, you're showing a 9-foot turn radius there on the, at least on the civil drawings. I don't know if your civil person is here, if you're familiar with that, but I looked up a couple turn radii, and a 2022 Range Rover's radius is 20.25 feet and an F-250 is 23.8 feet. So I'm wondering how the vehicle's going to come in and then make that sharp turn to get to the northwest buildings.
Well, one portion that helps that is this darker area is actually a pedestrian walk. So although that radius, and you are correct in that number, let's say that F-150 or 250 is actually offset by an extra 6 feet. So the radius that would be following would actually be more out here. So it actually has a much wider radius because of the spacing, the buffer provided from that internal pedestrian walk.
But it's 15.
Pardon?
9 and 6 is 15, and then we're still not getting like a rather standard size vehicle in there. So we're expecting those guys to pull forward and then back down into their spots.
We met all city engineering standards for that radius.
Okay.
And so that was, that was our goal, and we achieved it in that manner. So, I have no doubt that we do have some rather large trucks in the valley that would be a challenge for.
Okay, one other thing I noticed is that you placed this signage at the exit to the building. Isn't it normally at the entrance?
I don't know if there's really a standard on where to locate it versus entry versus exit. We placed it there because it has to be located per city standards outside of the setback, and there's really no space to put the sign in a way that would not be either behind the transformers over here on the north side, which we are leaving those transformers in place. And then there's no space in front of the building here, just out of respect. And then there is a minor slope on this lawn. So in this setback, you're all the way back here. And so we don't believe there'd be good visibility.
It wouldn't help you really there.
No.
Okay.
So in the end, we got it as far north as we could to have it be functional and meaningful while meeting all standards.
Okay. I am a little sad that the planting strip is not going to exist between the sidewalk and the street. As a pedestrian, it just enhances your street experience, but I also get that it would be strange to come down a big wide sidewalk and encounter a planting strip. But you might consider where you have to modify the existing road cuts anyway, maybe soften that a little to sort of shield the main facade of the building, but I understand if that's not an option. Those are my comments.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, it was circulation, but I think you touched upon that adequately. So yeah, we'll get quickly to building design, building materials. The palette itself is, just erring on the side of neutral and warm, with enough variation to create distinction from unit to unit by playing compositional, just composing it in such a manner. as well as offsetting, which we'll see in the next slide with the massing itself. I do want to stress that the material palettes, preliminary as it is, we do stress the durability of everything chosen in terms of textured cementitious panels, metal roofing, stone for the ground floor and to accentuate the front entries, especially along, these are all front entry elevations of the 3 massings. At the riverside, especially to differentiate between the front door and the adjacent garage. So this isometric massing here shows better the offsets, as well as begins to describe how we're beginning to front the street along South Grand Ave by still providing offsets, 2-foot offsets for everyone here along South Grand. At the river, along the river, the offsets in the massings themselves are more dramatic to respect the high water setback line. And as Nick pointed to the south here where the cursor is, to pull back so as to limit the disturbance of the more steep slopes directly on the other side of the massings here.
I've got a question on that.
Of course, yeah.
So what's the distance from, and that other this one's fine, but the distance from the back of the sidewalk to the patio or whatever, the hardscape for that front building, the South Grand building?
Yeah, and Nick, yeah. So
and I guess what my question's about is kind of like the planning space, because I kind of think how you're doing it's good, but what is that?
That is a 6-foot wide planning strip and then a 1.5 or a 1 foot thick wall.
1 foot thick wall, then a 5-foot access on the property itself. So we're looking at about 12 foot.
So you have to be somewhat selective with the trees you plant, so they don't get too big of a, whatever you call it, canopy, crown, so that they're not smashing up into the building.
And so we are looking at smaller trees for those 3 you're seeing there. And then as you kind of, and then more of a canopy, an open canopy where we were allowed to bring things out a little bit.
Right.
Yes, so this next slide actually is the view which Emery was showing approximately just northeast of Penrose Plaza on the opposite side of South Grand, looking at that street frontage. It is a commercially zoned area which requires that frontage, which is why we are moving the South Grand collection of townhouses in proximity, close proximity to the street itself to create that activation along South Grand. Then this is the view from the river, probably slightly hovering above the river itself, showing that at the river, the proposal itself will be read primarily as a 3-story massing, even with a below grade story there. Those are those hovering or cantilevered balconies that you were asking about. And then pushing back the walkout penthouse level significantly 18 to 20 feet back from the primary facade.
Are those larger trees? Are those new trees or those existing trees?
Existing trees. We are not planting anything in on the hillside. And actually, Rick has requested that anything we take down, we will be working with the Conservancy on that. We would only chop, we would not be removing any root mass to ensure that we are keeping this stabilization in place.
So then this is just actually a close-up aerial of the that central plaza that Nick was describing, providing accessibility at the top, full accessibility that is, and then 2 additional terraces below to provide kind of more generous offering space for communal gathering.
So how would you get off that lower terrace to get to the ground?
Yes, there's actually in the site plan, I'm sorry to click so quickly here. There is a stair where my cursor is, right there. But that is approximately where the development will stop, so as that we're not creating any further disturbance in that high water setback where the cursor is right here.
You know, you might consider creating a path down there to one, prevent any further erosion, and 2, to encourage people to follow that path instead of, fanning out like people
Excellent
do.
comment. And we've had to talk with Rick. He also supports that idea as well. And since we're kind of into the we'll call it the more shallow area of that hillside slope, it would actually be a good option and a good way to manage future erosion. For this purposes of this stage, we just didn't go past that area at all.
Right. Because you're allowed, what, 10% disturbance in that area in terms of building paths and such.
Then this slide is just demonstrating a view approximately at the penthouse level itself, views to Soper's up valley here. Really just trying to balance both the private access and communal access of exterior spaces, just again, to build upon that community feel. So then in summary.
Yeah, so just in summary, the land studio, Julie and I were largely in charge of kind of keeping the team in order and getting all the submittal requirements assembled and submitted to you all. So there's kind of a list on this slide. I don't really need to read through it of kind of all of the standards that we've worked towards meeting. I think had consensus from staff that we met those standards in the code. We definitely support the recommendation of staff for approval. Would love to have your approval as well. With that, I also wanted to let you know that Greg Schrader from McDowell Engineering, who was our traffic engineer, and RJ Sprung from JBA are here virtually. So if you have questions related to their expertise, I want to let you know that they're here too. So we're here to answer questions, hopefully gather your support, and we appreciate your participation on this project tonight. Thanks.
I have a couple of, well, a question and a comment. I appreciate the way the building massing is sort of stepped back away from the river. In the elevations, it was very overwhelming with the seemingly 4-story, but now understanding that those penthouses are set back, it really does help step down the hill there. I did just pull up the architectural plan, so I want it to be on the record that there are not steps down from those balconies on the river edge, because I'm seeing them on both the north and south townhouse group along the Rhine Fork. So now we're on the record for that. And the other concern or comment that I have is I appreciate that you've introduced lots of different complementary materials on the building facades. However, it looks like there are several different materials all in the same plane without a plane change. And I'm wondering, is it just going to look kind of applied, or will there be any differentiation in the facade where those materials change, going from cementitious to stone, or a stone to a stone? Like, is there a joint, or are they just kind of butted up to each other?
Well, there will definitely be a joint. I'm trying to get to one that's more indicative of.
Of course, it doesn't. It's only on the ends because the massing kind of helps fix that on the
Correct.
primary
Yeah.
facades.
Yeah. No. To your point, yes. The majority of materials are coplanar. There will be, for methods of expansion, thermal expansion, separation of reveals, etc. So the lack of depth that you're seeing there is correct in that they're all are coplanar right now.
So the cementitious panel is going to be the same thickness as your lick and stick stone.
Approximately. It is a thin stone veneer. It is real stone, but about 3/4 inches thick.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, perhaps that's just a personal preference that has no basis in design standards. So, thank you for that.
Yeah, but any feedback is.
Any other questions for the applicant from the commission? Can you tell me what the actual distance from the building to the 35-foot high water setback?
Yeah, so we're just get to a site plan here for you. zoom. I'll try to zoom in here. So there is a point here at this corner where my cursor is. That is approximately 1 foot to the setback itself. And then additionally, right here is kind of where this is actually probably the closest. This point right here is less than 1 foot, approximately 8 inches, where my cursor is.
How do you build one less than a foot from that line and not cross it?
So all the foundations, per the geotech report, they're actually going to be drilled piers in. So we're not over excavating for spread footings. It's just a requirement because the previous infill of the site itself, we need to go down to depths that spread footings just can't do.
As a builder, I would say it's impossible not to disturb that area and still build that close with any kind of construction that I've ever seen, unless it's all done by helicopters or something.
Where does the silt fence go?
I mean, that is definitely something that we would have to address in the erosion control plan that engineering asked us to do.
Are we allowed to propose a bond of some sort in case of disturbance on these steep slopes or to mitigate any damage? No, that'd be probably a legal question.
And I think it would be, something that would be outlined in the engineering standards. I'm not aware of anything like, I mean, I haven't memorized the engineering standards. But, I think it's more specific to, we take bonds for, or other financial security related to like the public improvements. And we take, I think in most cases, 125%.
Because the disturbance of that riverbank is a huge concern. I'm agreeing with you, George, that it seems very, very difficult to not go across that line. And all of us do really love that piece of land. So I think that should be a priority to preserve it. Thanks.
When you look at the previous development, I'm looking at page 26 of your TLS response, and then you compare it to 28 with proposed units on there, there's substantial movement toward that slope where the previous development wasn't. If those grades are still the same and haven't been adjusted, I'm just throwing some concern out there too, that there's a great deal of movement for what my math shows to be a grouping of structures that's 8.5 times larger than what was there before. So I'm not being negative and saying this is something I'm looking at in contrast to what you're doing for the comprehensive plan. I think it's a substantial change that we need to be aware of.
And I get, so what is the code or whatever for disturbance into the setback? Because I'm also was a contractor for many years too, so I mean, it's a tough.
Basically, as we discussed with Trent, we cannot put any foundations in the setback. We cannot do any kind of permanent constructions in the high water, the 35-foot average high water setback. That does not include, or that does not impact our ability to do cleanup, do remediation, do slope stabilization, or even put a trail access in that case.
So if you work in there, engineering, and probably engineering, because that's who was always checking me out, that they come back and make sure that whatever you did disturb, that you had to remediate, whatever the word is.
Absolutely.
I mean, is that?
Yeah, and I'll see if I can. I forgot what page it was.
I mean,
on.
I think that's just something to have out there. I don't know how exactly that rolls, but I think Jessica always, she's very good at following up with people.
And that is why we gave a little bit extra. As you can see with that, with our limit of disturbance line, we did not follow the buildings exactly because we understand that there will be space and need for some remediation.
But you got a
Especially,
couple points though that are tough that he was pointing out earlier that are tough spots.
correct.
Okay. I mean, I think in doing piers, it's awesome you're doing that, or it'd really be tough, but okay.
So the balconies on the west side are cantilevered, the ones that are shown outside of the line? Okay, great.
Following the allowed encroachment, I think these pictures. Past this one.
And they're cantilevering over that limits of disturbance or the 35 foot.
That's correct, yeah.
Not sure that was the intent.
Yeah.
When the reasons were foliage, wildlife, whatever else, when those standards were set, you're cantilevering over that line. You're certainly not encouraging native species of wildlife.
Yes, it's actually, in this code, it's not an 18-inch maximum setback conversion, it's actually a 4 foot. We're not even exceeding the 4 foot.
That encroachment into what?
Use the setback. Use the highway setback.
So you're saying they're allowing a 4 foot encroachment?
Yeah.
Into-
Overhang, I should say. I mean, the section itself, section 7028-190 table 2020 allows for certain things like balconies to go into, but it's not touching the ground.
What was that section again?
070.020.190 table 020.
So who's our reviewing person on that? Is that engineer, is that Terry and her gang, or who is that?
As it relates to the, there's another level of review that happens, is that this is kind of like what we describe as the kind of the sketch plan level, right? 30% civils. At the final plans set, they're basically at 100% civils or 95% civils. I think that sometimes issues are identified related to grading and other things. So it would be both Public Works and engineering that is looking at some of these things. I think that we would also look at any of the planning concerns that you're flagging.
Would they have caught that in that? I mean, because the review, I know, was massive of the feedback from groups. Was that in any of them? Do you know? In any of the, well, exactly what we're talking about.
It's encroachment in the cantilever into the high water setback.
Yeah, that's the question. Was that in any of the feedback?
They did not ask it, but it's explicitly called out.
But it's called.
Citing the section.
Right, I mean, you're not hiding anything.
Yeah,
That's
not
what you're saying, right? Okay.
If I may, you have 8 minutes before we all turn into pumpkins. So if you wanted to have us do some more investigation of that, that's, even if we were to the point of, this were 7 o'clock, you could certainly set it over. But obviously with so few minutes, 7 minutes and ticking, that maybe that's something that you want to flag for staff to provide some more information. We can certainly ask engineering to provide some additional information.
If we took public feedback now, do we have to take it again? If we continue? I'm sorry. If we take public feedback now, we're not.
It's up to the chair.
There's 7. It says 7.
What you want.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. yeah, someone might be.
Well, I'd be inclined to just give staff some direction and continue. And anybody have any other thoughts on proceeding?
Do we have public comment? Do we need to continue? I don't think we do.
As opposed to,
Vote?
well, we certainly have to open it for public comment.
You have to
prior
open it for
that.
public comment.
Public people on there?
Well, I haven't opened the
Oh, I was just asking.
public comment. thing.
TikTok.
Yeah. You could ask if there's public comment from those online, but
But TikTok.
every second.
Yeah, right. Well, we could do that. Is there anybody wanting to comment from the public? It's kind of out of sequence here,
If
but
you open it, then ask.
yeah, so open the public comment period. Is there anyone from the public that would like to comment at this time? No, so we'll close the public comment time and bring it back to the commission.
I'll make a motion to approve planning file 6921 minor site architectural plan with the, and I'm recommending approval with for the plan for development of 17 townhome units with the findings and conditions on pages 13 and 14 of the staff report.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval. Planning item 6921. And Joy. Your lights on. Any further comments?
Oh, I do have a comment. I just would like to quickly say that it's really exciting to see some for sale units. We have seen, gosh, probably 10 or 12 applications, and they're all investors holding the property. So it's a really exciting product. I love the angled designs, the rooftop patios. I think it's just going to be a really complimentary project for the river there.
I just want to echo what she said. Thank you very much for bringing a for sale project. I mean, I can't even recall the last time we saw one. So thank you very much. And I think you did a very thorough job. That's okay. I'll shut up.
Any more comments? Seeing none, we'll call the question. And we have the buttons here to push.
For planning item 6921. Motion carries.
Good.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Don't leave your slippers.
I don't need to rush, but we do have one last item. I don't need you to carry over. I just need you to say the words.
I'll make a motion to continue planning item, shoots, I don't have it pulled up. 0222. 0222. Okay. 0222.
There's too many twos today.
Yeah, that's fine. Second.
Yeah.
Okay, any discussion?
No.
Call the question. I'll do a voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Okay.
Shut up, George.
Well, we're not done yet.
No. Good night.
Good night. Meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.